You know, if there's one thing this week. I haven't checked yet, but hold on. Wait for me. No, wait for me. Hold on, I'm coming. 46. Check. I'm really far behind. We're gonna see if this gets picked up here at 10. We have one issue, which is low liquidity, I think. I'll check the numbers here this morning, but switch to multi-stream. I do wonder if we get the morning pop at 10 here before a roll. The order flow of selling this morning is pretty brutal too. Check 1, 2. Hey, good morning out there. How y'all doing? Happy Monday. Happy endless summer, I guess, right? We got a few things to go over here. Let's go take a peek. Think tighter, guys. Let's go to just main screen really quick and take a peek at this, and then we'll take a look around the rest of the market here. So a few things. We should, I can't guarantee it this morning. So we had a nice high on Friday, nice closing high. On Mondays, we usually get follow through early morning. Like at 10 o'clock here, we'll see if the buyers pick this up for one more rip. I'm not completely convinced that that's going to happen this morning. We'll wait for 10 a.m. to see if it does pop and rip here. Only because of the low, I think that it's going to be a low liquidity week. I think you're going to see a ton of volume into this market this week or whatever. So we'll talk more about it as the morning progresses. Now, there should be a pop here. Should be. At 10. So we got a few more minutes to find out. Let's go look at this in a larger frame here. So you can see about the open here. I personally would like to see just this cleared out. At least some of this cleared out up here before a roll down. There's a lot of garbage in here. But in truth, to buy a dip this week, I want to show you where I think that is. Look at that. Hold on here. Let's get rid of that really quick. So just on a weekly basis, if you're looking for, hey, Cap, where should the dip be bought? What I don't like about this is all of the, this one's gone. We can take that one out. We hit that one already. Let's just get a couple more things to ping out here. And an all-time high would be nice in cash market. We had a pre-market SPY all-time high, I think. And we may have had an all-time high. No, we haven't. Okay, so we're still good. Still no all-time high here. This is the pre-market all-time high, but we had an all-time high for cash market. But I would like to see this one get taken out up here. So we had a cash market. I think we had a cash market all-time high. Don't quote me on this for whatever the official is on this, but I think that we did. Now pre-market we did not. So I would like to see that get taken out, if possible, this morning. Just pick that thing out, and then a nice roll down for an early week dip buy. And I want to show you that to you just so you can see it. I'm tight here. I got to check something. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my account this morning. Hold on here. So if you're looking for a dip to buy, it's right here. Just so you can see it, this weekly low. If you want to snip that for yourself, I would personally like to buy like some kind of a fade of this, and then boom, and then up. That's 640.94, 640.84, 642.90, or 642.53, somewhere in here. There is also the possibility to get left behind, and we'll talk more about that as the morning progresses. If you do get left behind, we have to start chasing this bullshit. For right now, we're on the half an hour trigger. It is holding up early morning. We'll check back here at at 10, and we'll check here at 1 o'clock and see if they fade this move at any point today or tomorrow for another dip to buy. For right now, I am long some calls, and I'm long some. I did add some 0 dates this morning to DCA, so I'm still long here this morning. So if I can cut down here today, tomorrow, any lower, I will. Just to let you know that I am long this morning off the bell at 10. We'll stay right here and just check this. Let's keep watching this descending trend line all the way down. Let's see if these buyers or sellers come in. We'll know more. I think I'll take a peek at this, see if these buyers come in at 10, or if they become sellers. I'd like to just clean this bullshit up here if possible. Take a peek here and make sure we don't watch out for sellers in here. See where the flows come in at 10. Sorry for the delay this morning, too. I'm experiencing some technical difficulties this morning.
Voice news disconnected.
Okay, I didn't think we were connected at all. Let me reset this. Okay.
10 seconds.
Reset that over there.
0.652 million, 0.652 million, higher than the forecast of 0.63 million. US new home sales change.
I'm selling my calls right now. Just a note to you if you're long with me. I'm selling on that rip right there.
Lower than the forecast of 0.5%.
Thank you very fucking much. About time. Nice print up there. All right. And I fucked up this morning so as I'm trying to get the stream up and running, I loaded the boat on one of these lows down here in the open, and I went to sell, and I bought another whole fucking 300 calls. So I lost all my money, went flat, ended up being down $300 or $400 on this morning. Then got back in again, and I'm like, well, I can't do this. I'm not gonna wake up with this bullshit. Whatever. I fat fingered. I fat fingered once a week or two ago. I think I lost $3,000 or something quick, really fast. And then I fast fingered this morning at 9:30, 9:31 or 9:32 or something like that. So I'm up now. Looks like $3,500. So I'm happy. Hold on one second there. Give me one quick second. I got a whole bunch of stuff that's not right this morning too. Save that. A nice little squeeze right there. Makes me happy just thinking about it. Good morning. Any of you out there with children, I don't know if you've started. The title of today's show is Stock Market's Endless Summer. Just give me a second here. So you've got the stock market's endless summer. It's been a fairly good summer, right? If you're a bull, you've been happy basically since the massive decline, in the late winter, early spring, and then we've had some pullbacks, we've had some corrections. We had just had a 3.5% corrective move. Just a note that you don't usually see another one of those immediately after you get one of those. And not only that, we are just, it looks like distribution for like the summer trade, but it's taking longer, right? For at least in the terms of ATH and that kind of stuff.
Prior revised 0.656 million, 0.656 million compared to the original prior of 0.627 million.
We've also been in the season of volatility.
Sales month on month, prior revised 4.1% compared to the original prior of 0.6%.
We're also in the season of volatility, and we're shifting into the season of seasonal bear season. We do have a few different things to be looking at here. The first one is Vixpiration for August, OPEX for August, and then month end. And these are the opportunities for the market to unwind and change direction. Does not matter if we're in a downtrend or an uptrend, but on these monthly and quarterly OPEXs, there are windows of opportunity for the market to move potentially in a new direction and escape trend. We know already that did not happen for OPEX or Vixpiration. The last one that's available is month end. So there's still some potential here for a directional change. Due to one important thing, right? We get options that are placed in the future that expire oftentimes on those 3 dates, and then we also have flows that come in or leave the market on month end. So if you're looking for a directional change for next month, we still haven't seen a break of trend yet, have we? So we have one more opportunity for that, and that would be month end, and then the first week of September. Now we also know that a lot of the market takes vacation in the summertime. They begin to come back and get to work in this upcoming month, in the month of after Labor Day, in the month of September and October, and they start making plans for a fall low to get in on, take profit, and then a fall low to buy, whatever that may be, to get long for a print. Historically is normally December, a holiday print, right? They say holiday season, holiday trade, but in recent years, that print is oftentimes coming later. Instead of the December 31st print, we're looking now into like mid-February. So there's two things that this time of the, or there's a third thing I'll talk to you about in a moment, but there's two things that the phase of the market that we're coming into, which would be finding that seasonal low, and then the second one would be to look for a print into December or February. So that's what we're doing, right? Until we change trend or we start correcting in a major way or anything like that. That's what we're looking for coming into this season. Now, that summer trade that's on, a lot of these professional traders are saying that they're long into mid August, and they're also long into the first week of September. And that is, I believe we get back on Tuesday the 2nd. I think we get back from Labor Day. I think it's Tuesday, September 2nd. So there's still life here in this market. But I would be cautious as we pass that August 2nd. Okay, if we're in a high on August 2nd, or September 2nd, we're like cranking 560, 562, anything like that. I would be taking the money and just trying to like sit back and wait after that time period. Price will matter, but also we get the expiry of options in that time period. We get new flows for September, and September is one of the worst returning months of the year. Listen to that close, like one of the worst returning months of the year. When you hear October, it's because you're normally coming out of September on a bloodbath low. And this can extend farther out too. I want you to remember that seasonality is not a perfect thing. It's just like an awareness, right? Hey, we're coming to this seasonal weakness. Are we on a high? Should we start selling this high, right? This looks kind of high here. So it's not necessarily at the exact date, but price should matter as well. Now, if you see these trades being wrapped up now into the first week of September, you want to be kind of laying off a little bit and seeing what that seasonal low is going to be in September and October. Now, this week, something interesting is we have kids going back to school. This morning, I have one daughter. She was a preteen. Now she's a teenager. My youngest daughter, she's now a teenager. She's officially a teenager. And I can't tell you how difficult it was to get her off to school. It was a process to get her ready. Some of you guys heard me say that I'm like getting the kids ready for school, buying them a bunch of crap that they need, all that kind of stuff. And then even yesterday, it was like, like literally at 10 or 11 at night, I'm trying to get my youngest daughter into bed to sleep. And she's like, I don't have my outfit ready, Daddy. That was like 2 hours later, she got that thing done. Actually, she yelled at me for a half an hour, told me that she hated school and that everybody hates school. Keep going up there. And I said to her, then if you hate school, then why are you getting dressed up for it? And she didn't want to hear that from her old man at all. So anyways, as some other ironic thing, it was always stressful getting her ready for school when she was a child. I think it was more stressful her getting herself ready without, we were there, but as a teenager. So if you're a teenager out there, who've been through those years, I do feel for you. Next target's right here if you want to see it. There's a target right here. Think tighter. But the larger meaning on this is that kids are going back to school. Wall Street's going back to school. Wall Street's going back to work, right? You put your kids back to school. You're finishing up your vacations. And this is kind of the last vacation for summer, right? We come into Labor Day weekend. If any of you are familiar with New York, Boston, New England, any of that kind of stuff, it's like the last hurrah. It's a little bit more subdued of a holiday for the summer. People are cleaning up, getting ready to go back to what they need to get done. And then people get back to work. And I want you to think about that too in this next couple weeks, regardless of what you do. Well, Cap, I got no kids. And well, Cap, I don't work on Wall Street. And well, Cap, I just trade year round. Just think about the going with the market as it trades. And that's more important, that you're just aware of how the market trades. Like Wall Street, there used to be this joke like laptops are open on Wall Street on vacation, or the street can't go on vacation because everything's so doomed up and bared up. None of that's true. Like these guys live normal lives, So just think about where the market is, where it's heading as we move forward. And we'll look for a weekly low to buy this week. Now, this is should be a low volume week to some extent until we get into month end. If you're not hedged or anything for September, I say this not all the time, but we're on a high right now, trading 644 up here. We're at an all-time high. If you're to put a hedge on or something, if you have money in the market or your buy-in is too high or anything like that, you can always take that opportunity here. It's close enough, 646, 652, 660. Put a little hedge on if you don't have one. I don't know if they're cheap right now. When I got mine, it was like a month and a half ago or something crazy like that. It was dirt cheap. Vol was low, but I know Vol was low on Friday too. So puts are cheap, right? The cheaper puts get, the more, and you can usually buy time with that, and they're usually has some pretty fat payouts. So hang tighter. We'll look at this together. Hang tight. A nice little squeeze up here for 10. See the buyers stepping in. This is the one thing I want to show you here that I don't like. Well, I mean, this is kind of what it should be looking like. The high was right here. So you can see him coming in, buy. They're going to try that again at 12 o'clock. Buy. See if we can get the all-time high and then do a nice fat roll to the downside. Yeah, so this is going on in my house too. Like, I got something crazy. Well, not crazy, but I was going to go to the U.S. Open this weekend. I was thinking that I had done everything I was supposed to do for the family. I don't think I can go. My oldest is going to college, and we're going through, I don't know if I want to call it a nightmare in this house, but my oldest was supposed to go to she was accepted at a bunch of schools. She was supposed to go to the University of Michigan. She went there for dual enrollment, and during high school, she was supposed to go back there for school. And she's a teenager too. So like, she wanted to go to school in another country, and I think, and then she didn't get that, and kind of intentionally skipped on University of Michigan, and then chose University of Massachusetts to be closer to her family. So this is like, like spreading your wings, doing what you want to do kind of stuff. Now she's going to the University of Michigan. This is like last minute. So we're like panicking, like, okay, we're going to University of Michigan now in Ann Arbor, and all these plans are changing. I got a bunch of like airline tickets and stuff that I bought that I'm getting hosed on, and a bunch of other fees that I paid for UMass. So we even have all that stuff going on right now for us, and it's been pure hectic to say the least. So the one thing I want to say to you about this is low volume. This week in particular should be marked by low volume. And even in my own family, I'm like, this is crazy. Like, it's actually getting crazier than it got when they were younger as they get older. Well, you guys want to talk about Nvidia this morning? You know what we can do is we can spend some time on like Nvidia, Palantir, you guys want to do some time on your favorites? I saw the narrative being pumped by Spot Gamma. You regurgitating that or no? Because if you are, then I don't want to review it. I'm just kidding. But I know there's a Spot Gamma Nvidia zombie market. I think I read that. Let's see if we can read that right now. I'll appease what you're regurgitating out there. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on here. The zombie market versus Nvidia earnings. So, by the way, if you're a member, I would get with Volatility Wiz. He's the guy to talk to about Nvidia. He tracks it very, very closely. He's been spot on with the Nvidia trade from day one. Spot Gamma coming out and saying on Sunday, the zombie market versus Nvidia earnings. The sell-off last week exemplified a classic post-OPEX window of weakness, reinforced by Wednesday's VIX expiration. So they're telling you that's the pullback. That's the only unclench you're getting. With structural support somewhat removed. We'll talk about that this morning and take a closer look at if structural support is still removed. It was last week, but I don't know about this week yet. We'll take a peek at the options chain for today. Reinforced by Wednesday's VIX expiration. With structural support somewhat removed, the market experienced a measured 4-day decline from 64.55 to 63.45. Then Powell's Jackson Hole speech on Friday delivered exactly the dovish tone markets were hoping for. That is true. And there's some key information in that statement. Reinforced, or exactly the dovish tone markets were hoping for. So the tone was dovish. We know that. We got to talk more on that whole subject today or this week if we have time. But that tone is all that it took for us to squeeze higher. That does not mean you're getting a rate cut. But we're gonna delve into that later this morning. And you know what's shocking about this? I also want to speak on this briefly if I can. I was in the Reddit's inflation subreddit the other day, and I went off the handlebars, and I'm like, what the fuck are you people talking about? It was so bizarre. It was bizarre. Like when rates are high, let me explain something to you out there. When rates are high, okay, so you have let me go back a little bit. In up until the great financial crisis, okay, high rates was the norm. Let me say that to you. High rates was the norm. We only went to like zero rates or negative. Like we were actually buying or paying for gas and stuff and oil, but we only went to like zero because we needed to jumpstart our economy. So low rates are a sign of what? Bad economy. That's simple. It's that simple. It's not gray. There's no gray area in this. So when you have higher rates, right, that means the economy is good. Let's say that again. When you're not at zero rates, the economy is good. Let's say that again. Right? Like when you're not at zero rates, the economy is good. Even if you are experiencing an anecdotal hard life. If you see rates that are up and you're struggling, just be like, fuck, I'm missing the boat. Just because you're screaming that everything is horrible doesn't make it so. And it's kind of a fucked up thing. If the economy was bad, right? The economy was bad, you would expect rates to be near zero or even negative. And the norm is not that. So you got to think about like where rates are, right? Why they're there. Even if we need to start cutting, just as a base case, it means the economy is in good shape. If you're cutting into zero, it means that economic conditions are not good. It's that simple. It's that simple. So when you're like screaming, yelling bloody murder constantly from month to month to month to month to month to month, it doesn't make it so. And if anything, you're doing a disservice to people that are trying to make money in a good economy. It's very important. And there's two sides to this. Like, yes, eventually you'll be right. If you scream it every month and every week on public, eventually you'll be right. But you're literally doing a disservice to people. And I got to explain why. If you're breaking your dick out there in life and you're trying to make money, in a good economy is when you do it. You get to make extra money. You get to save it and turn that money into more money. You understand the importance of that in life? Like if you're able to make money, you're making money, and you're chasing yield on that money, this is the time to do it. Now, you might not be doing that, but the rest of people are. Does that make sense? And that's because when we do shift into a bad economy, what are you trying to do as an adult, functioning member of society? Even if you're failing at it, what do? You want to shift, right? To protect your money. And there's also normally different opportunities in an actual recession. Does that make sense? Right? So like, let's say you were struggling. So let's say I'm struggling, right? But the economy is technically in a good economy and I'm struggling. I want to know when the economy is truly bad. Why? Because that's normally an opportunity if I actually miss the boat to jump in and join the next boat. Does that make sense to you? Because I feel like it's a disservice to people that are like, hey, I'm breaking my dick out here. I'm struggling. I'm being told the economy is awful, so it makes me feel good. but yet it's not. It's good. Does that make sense? And so when the economy is actually bad, I want to know that so that I can attempt to maybe start something or get a job. Hey, they're actually laying people off en masse. They're not hiring. Maybe they're laying off people that are old like me, and they're looking for somebody young. I want to know that that's happening. Does that make sense? Or if times are good and I'm supposed to be making money in those good times, let's say I'm, I don't know, let's say I'm an office worker in some tech company. I want to know when it actually gets bad, so when I get laid off, I know that the economy is actually in a bad state. Maybe I go wait tables or something. You ever notice when you go out to restaurants, you get different kinds of class of server? You know what I mean? You get people that are like the dregs of society, and then all of a sudden this one guy's like, or this one gal's like, I was, you know, this or that for the last 5 or 8 years, and now I'm a server, you know, in a restaurant. You're like, wow, how'd that happen? Layoffs, slow down in my industry. So I had to get a high-paying job that was easy for me to get. Most businesses are successfully begun in a recession. Did you know that? So if we're in a recessionary period, oftentimes stuff is cheap. Real estate is cheap. Leases are cheap. They just want bodies with cash. Equipment becomes cheap. Everything becomes cheap. Not only that, but when we loosen those financial conditions into a recession, people are more than willing to work with you with just cash flow. You know, I was commanding X amount of dollars for this place. I was getting it in his good times. Now we're in bad times. I was leasing a building to somebody. We go into bad times. That person blows up. They're overextended. They took too much credit. When conditions were loose, they expanded too quickly. They were making tons of money. And then when we got into an economic period where the cycle was tightening, they weren't able to cover and protect themselves or scale down to that economy. So I'm losing that tenant. Now I lose that tenant in the horrible, when it's actually bad, I'll take anything. You know, I'll put somebody in there with a lease that's maybe cheaper. So it's covering my commercial revolving loan that I got to cover, right? Maybe the person that went bankrupt left behind a bunch of, like, they've left behind barber chairs, or they left behind dry cleaning equipment. They went bankrupt, right? I'm like, hey, this is a turnkey. Come rent this place out. Oh, you know, you're young. You don't have any established credit. You got some moxie and some hustle behind you, and you got some grit. You know, I'll try you out in here. Let's see how you do. Does that make sense? So you kind of want to know that. You kind of want to know that where we are as a participant in life. In reality, you want to know where we are in reality. Instead of getting stuck or sucked into bullshit. Does that make sense? And that kind of leads me into my next point here. And I want to make this point because I don't think anyone's talking about it. All of this, we need to cut now, we need to cut fast, and we want to get ahead of it before it happens and all that kind of stuff. You know, the beginnings of easing, and we already are in easing, by the way. We have some easing going on through Treasury. We have like a silent money flow creation going on. And then we also have China printing money right now. And China's printing money in China to escape a recession. That money finds its way into our economy. So we're still aware of like cyclical inflation in the background right now, creeping its head up in the background. Historical cyclical inflation. So like, yes, we can see it. Does it mean that you automatically cut? Not being in a recession? No. Like, no, the answer is no. No, you don't. Like, if you're cutting into like, it's so this, and this is where the rest of the logic comes from. If though you're saying, well, we need to cut and do it early, the thesis would, in my view, would be, okay, so you want to cut once for 25? Is it 50? No, I want you to go on a schedule to cut into next year. Then you're saying that, you're saying something to me that no one wants to address. If you're saying, well, Cap, the data just hasn't come out yet. We want to start the cutting schedule now. And by next year, when Jerome leaves, we should be cutting into 2%, 2.5%, 2.25, whatever that is. I'm going to tell you something. If you're right, and you think that we should start the cutting now in September and wind up at like 2.5%, 2.25 next year, on your own, I want you to go out there. I want you to go on TradingView, and I want you to think to yourself, in your brains, I want you to think to yourself, if we were in a tightening cycle with rates, right? 2022. We came into we're done raising rates, right? Soft landing. Give you like a 50 basis point cut, maybe even hike. We're in this like frying pan, right, of good data. But I want you to think about something. If you go back and look historically at any time we shifted from soft landing stance, that's like a small cut, small hike, small cut, small hike, to, hey, we're going to start cutting in September, we're going to finish it by next summer. Like we're from raising, right, to flat to now cutting, right? That's shifting to that cycle. I want you to go back and look at those historically. So who's pushing that on you? Who's pushing that narrative on you? I'll tell you who it is. It's the burning tires in Wall Street gang. Historically, once we begin that cutting cycle, like, hey, we're no longer in the frying pan, soft landing. We're going to now start cutting aggressively over 6 months or 9 months. Go look at historically what happens there. Because what you're truly asking for at that point is top of the market. That's what you're saying. Even if you're just a useful idiot as a bull, I'm serious. Because if you go back and look, right, if you get successive, aggressive cutting, historically, like 95% of the time, that means the market's topping and rolling over in a vicious way. So you can look back on, it's easy. You can go right to TradingView, just type in effective funds rate and look at it on a daily chart with SPX or SPY. Use SPX, go back in the last 30 years. And you'll see that the market just tops and begins rolling and we bloodbath it. And not only that, but Wall Street tends to get ahead of that. They get ahead of it. I've looked at the historical examples, and also I went back and looked every time at what was spoken about in the news. And in every instance, it was purported that that was a good thing. And in every instance, the market sold. So if you're a bull out there purporting that you want cuts, aggressive cuts in the next year, I think personally you're out of your fucking mind. If you want one cut, I'm fine with that. You want like a 25 or 50 over 2 months, but we're not going to start the cutting cycle, I'm fine with that. Or you want another increase, I'm fine with that. So if we're going to get on that cycle, though, I think it's later in time. I think you're trying to do that sometime in December, if not beginning of the year, and not in September. These are like these perma bulls or perma bears. They want to see the world burn on their schedule and not the normal, natural schedule of economic cycles, business cycles. I'm not going to look at it with the show. I've already shown you guys this in the past. If you guys really want to see it on your own, you should go look at it on your own. You can just overlay it on a chart, on the bottom, like a new bottom chart. Just look. We start those once that triggers. It's only a matter of time, usually, for the market to begin aggressively selling in a major, major way. And that cycle is brutal. You're like that same guy. I gotta tell you guys, like that same guy that's screaming for a cut. That same guy that's like, we need to start cutting like right now. That's the same guy that's asking when bottom. Same person. It's no different. They have no market awareness. When bottom? I'm like, I don't know. Like next year from now, bro. What do you mean a year from now? They told me cuts were gonna help me, and I'm like, no, man. What's in that cut schedule? That's it, bro. So if you're a bull, I'm serious. Outside of like a cut here and there, maybe, you don't want to see cuts right now. You do not want to see them. Trust me. You definitely don't want to see, or at least historically, the odds are so far against you if you start doing that, like cutting down into zero and stuff. The implication is that the economy has deteriorated, that we are heading directly into a recession, and that talk will grow as we get there. You know, it'll become more loud and loud and loud and loud and loud, and eventually we'll need to. But just note as a bull that you're kind of on the side of the wrong. You're on the wrong side of this. You know what I mean? The longer that rates remain higher, listen to me closely. Very important. Jimmy Barry used to say this to you. The longer the rates we stay on this rate schedule, that means the economy is good, even if inflation is rising. There's usually a window within a rise in inflation where the economy keeps on pumping and the stock market keeps on pumping because why? Money's cheaper, right? Right? So I want you to think about that, like chew on that for a little bit for what you're actually asking for. Or if someone's pushing that on you as a narrative, why? They just want to see the world burn. It has nothing to do with the economy. And the hard data right now is that the economy is in pretty good shape. And there's no 1 month report that's going to change that. It's going to take 3 months, 6 months for a trend to develop. If you look at retail, last week, there was a retail sales article by Wolf Richter on Wolf Street. And it was disgusting. It was literally disgusting. If you're on that narrative that we need to cut because financial conditions are deteriorating fast, or we're definitely going into a recession, you're out of your mind. Conditions look great. Economic conditions, we say it again, look great. Actually better than I anticipated that you would be after all of this tariff stuff and policy stuff from the White House. I got to say, like, it's not so bad. So you got to take that into consideration. You got to take all that stuff into consideration, even if you're having a hard time out there. I get it. But it's important for you, even more, maybe even more important for you, to know what conditions really are. Just bought my oldest daughter a car, and I bought her on a dip in the used car market recently, right? If you're able to just look at data from the Fed, the Fred, BLS, any of those things, I still think that I still think that this is like basic economics that maybe you don't get taught in school. And you say we should teach kids this in school. Maybe we do, but even you as an adult, you want to know what the real financial conditions are in our economy so that you can make decisions as an adult based on that data, not on the cutesiness. You know, like a prime example would be the zeitgeist that during COVID, people pissed their money away on Mercedes, or was it buying Rolls Royces, partying in Vegas. They pissed away all their money. That wasn't true, was it? And you're operating in life like it was, right? And I think that applies here too. I think that applies right now. You want to know, are we actually heading into a recession so that you can prepare? That if we're in tighter financial conditions, that you can protect whatever wealth you have. Then if you're looking for opportunity, when we cyclically go through loosening and tightening phases in our economy, you want to know when to be looking for money, when to be taking risk in other ventures. Like, those are important parts of life. Regardless of what you're consuming that makes you feel good in private or when you're with your Main Street hat on and all that kind of stuff. As a productive member of society, you want to be aware of these things for what they really, truly mean, what they really, truly are. And it also bleeds off into the stock market. You know, like, why is the stock market not crashing? Because we're in good financial conditions. Like, you need to know that. even if you want to see it burn, even if you think there's fraud, even if you think, like, I don't know, Yellen is a felon, or Jerome is the worst ever, or whatever your politics are, none of that really matters. What really matters is how does the market operate against what data? They have to use something, right? They have to use some form of data, and this is the data that they use, and that data says we're in this condition right now. It's important for you to understand that stuff because you'll lose in life if you don't. Like if you're out there taking loans to start a company at the end of loose conditions, you're going to get eaten alive, aren't you? Right? And if you're like going into a recession trying to start a company, you're literally at the bottom. It's kind of like where I live. I live in Detroit. Everywhere I've lived in my life, except for when I was a child, they were kind of either peaking or near peaking, right? So I'm going to pay a premium to live in those places. I came to Detroit when it was just turning around, and it's been nothing but wonderful. It's been nothing but wonderful. Every year, every year, there's some improvement where I live. Things are looking up. Hey, that's awesome. Hey, things are looking up. That's awesome. Hey, things are looking up. Hey, they fixed this. Hey, they fixed that. Hey, they expanded this. Hey, this is brand new. That kind of stuff. Yesterday I posted a post on Twitter, and I said that the Wayne County, and where I live, in the county that I live in, every year they have an auction for homes that were seized for unpaid taxes. And when I first started looking in Detroit, there were tens of thousands of homes in this specific auction every year. Commercial buildings going for $500, $1,000. I kid you not, $2,500. Mansions going for $500 at one time in these county tax auctions. This isn't the Detroit Land Bank. This is county. And then they started to turn up. They started to be bought and held, rehabilitated. And I moved here, and I was buying houses at those auctions. I looked at the auction list yesterday. There was only 2,000 homes on that list. I was shocked at how low it was. It might be a historical low in this cycle of a downtime in Detroit. There's going to come a time, likely this year or next, where there's minimal buildings, plots, housing on that auction. And I went back and looked at last year's auction. Every house, every property was purchased, had a bid on it, except for the most absolute derelict. Maybe like a little square property between two houses that could never be built on or something. It was that bad. Oh, not bad, but that aggressively being bought up. And I have to be aware of that stuff, right? I was looking at it yesterday, and I'm like, the door is actually closing on Detroit to affordability. It's closing. The door is closing on affordability in Detroit. This window is almost at a top. Not quite, but almost, It's definitely not at a bottom, right? But that's where you get your deals in life. That's where you get them in life. You know what I mean? Like if you're like, hey, I got left behind, you need to become aware of when it is time. You understand that? So if you're a young man, young woman out there, right? You're in high school, you're in college, becoming an adult, and you're like, well, I'm in the middle of this great economy, and I'm not going to get what I want. Now they're starting to lay people off. You want to be waiting or finding out when the bottom of that economy is so that you can step into it, right? Buy that shithole. Buy that shithole job. Buy that shithole property, company, equipment that's left behind, that boat that you always wanted, right? Like, hey, I'm trying to buy a sailboat. It's too expensive. They were like, 75% cheaper like 5 years ago, bro. Well, you're waiting until the next time those boats come down in value, right? So you can get in. And if you don't know what I'm talking about here, there's a video. This guy has been perpetually wrong, but he's a very smart man. But there's a business cycle video that Ray Dalio put out. That's great. It's a great thing to watch. It's very dumbed down, very top line. You don't need to be a rocket scientist. and he explains that. It's on YouTube. I think it's called Ray Dalio Business Cycles. You want to have a firm understanding of that concept because he makes it so simple. He literally presents it for like a third grader to understand. If you understand how business cycles and economic cycles and stock market cycles at least somewhat function, you'll have an easier time of it in life. You really will. You know, hey, I'm young, I can't get a job. They got all these 30 and 40 and 50-year-olds overpaid, and I'm better than them. And then all of a sudden, these companies are looking for you as the young worker, right? Where they're now getting rid of all of these overpaid people, and it's now you're hey, come hire me, and you're aware that we're in those conditions for you to get hired. I think that's important to know as an adult and a human. Okay, all right. So we'll leave that diatribe off to the side there. Just watching the market trade sideways here. This is a little bearish right now. Just a heads up, we're not able to get those highs. Just be careful right here. Here, we'll put this over here. Spending a little bit too much time over here. We're going to see how this goes here. Just a minute. Setting up some kind of a bat wing over here. You can see it before it happens. Kind of a bat wing down here. You can kind of see, something like this maybe. Let's just see how this goes right here. Maybe we can catch one more dip here at 12. Anyways, that's my take on inflation, on cycles, economies, all that kind of stuff. This is all very simple stuff. This isn't hard rocket scientist stuff, I'm telling you. So I think it's just important to predicate like the argument about should we cut, should we not cut, and the Fed's kind of in a rock and a hard place right now. I honestly don't think you're getting a cut. I don't even think. I read an article this weekend from BBG that said. Now it's just a matter of these two reports that will seal the deal for a cut. I don't agree with that either. Like, you need multiple months of, if you were ever, I couldn't even imagine you get 1 or 2 months of data and we're cutting, then we're hiking 2 months later because of the next 2 months of data. Then you're cutting again because of the next month or two of data. It's pure insanity. It's not how we do things. So we've never done things like that. It takes one weekly or monthly report does not make a squiggle. So you need 3 months of data, new trends being formed. You need 6 months of data for it to get ugly or too good. Either way. So I just don't see it. And I'll be honest with you, if you're a bull, you kind of hoping for it to. You be like me and hope that cut doesn't start, that cycle doesn't start until December, maybe first Q1 of next year would be nice. I would be fine with that too. And then you get the natural top in the market. We roll it down into all of those cuts. Maybe the economy is then deteriorating. But as of right now, with where inflation is, cyclical inflation, I don't see it. I really don't. I really, really, really don't see that cut that you're looking for. The only way that I think you'd get it would be politically. That's it. And I don't think that it would, even if you got that cut, that it would result in aggressive cuts, which I think ultimately is the ask. That we cut to zero, before Jerome leaves or something. I don't see that happening. Unless financial conditions actually are deteriorating early and earlier than expected. So if that's the case, you know what that means, right? It means we're going to start crashing sooner than later. And if you're a bull, is that what you're saying? Well, I guess that brings on the next question. Do you actually think that economic conditions are deteriorating and that we're going to crash? Because that's not what I'm getting from you guys. Like, we start cutting, market starts mooning, and I'm like, no. Market starts rolling. That's what happens. Or at least in the factual stock market history. Like, not your opinion, but the historical, factual history of it, markets go down. See if we can 11:30, 12. We'll see if we can get one more up here. So we've got this rally was clearly amplified by options positioning. Dealers who had been forced to sell into weakness from negative gamma below 6,400 suddenly found themselves buying back those same hedges as the market reclaimed positive gamma territory. I don't know if I agree with that either. The sharp rally on Friday gained additional momentum from systematic strategies and vol selling programs that had been waiting for exactly this type of policy clarity, with short-dated IV collapsing as the binary Jackson Hole event risk evaporated. We knew that also that we had volatility, or the largest volatility event last week was Jackson Hole. We posted for you a at the money vol chart heading out to what the market considers to be the most negative upcoming data and events. I'll post it again for you this morning inside the Discord if you have not seen that chart. And we'll talk about what the next event is. Hold on here. So I can post this for you. And you can see Jackson Hole. And then the next one is Nvidia earnings. That one's big. If you see that high peak. Uh-oh, hold on. I haven't gotten in on this trade yet. We'll see. I'm looking for this trade to like 1, 2, and then ramp up here. So you can see it. The combination of declining realized volatility, right? We have unrealized, realized volatility. We only did unrealized. We didn't do any realized volatility. And persistent vol selling strategies has created a feedback loop that supports the current market rally, though it also suggests that the market has become increasingly dependent on continued low volatility to maintain current positioning levels. This is from Spot Gamma. Nvidia earnings on Wednesday, August 27th, is the next major event for traders to watch out for. This will largely determine whether the zombie market continues or whether volatility ignites as the summer draws to a close. Stock highlight, Palantir's reversal. While options positioning shifted from slight weakness to strength across the market, this evolving dynamic played out dramatically in individual names such as Palantir. By midweek, Palantir showed a pronounced negative gamma profile as the stock tumbled over 16% from Monday to Wednesday morning. The negative gamma concentration became less severe near major strike 140, where the stock found support during Wednesday's sell-off. We can see this nice little moon here. Catch a nice little print up here. Hang tight. Right there. The negative gamma profile then facilitated a reversal of Palantir's downward pressure from dealers suddenly flipped to buying pressure as the stock began to bounce, reclaiming the 155 hedge wall and securing more stabilizing flows. Ultimately, this dynamic helped launch Palantir up 10% from Wednesday's lows to the Friday close. I always find it fascinating when people write you a letter and tell you what happened, but don't tell you what's going to happen. That kind of sucks, doesn't it? Next week, all eyes, though, are on Nvidia. Nvidia. Next week presents a critical inflection point for the broader market with NVDA's earnings on Wednesday, 8/27, and PCE data on Thursday, 8/29. Do you notice anything here? PCE data is not on that chart that I showed you at all, serving as two events that could validate or challenge the bullish low vol narrative. Looking at Nvidia's gamma profile ahead of earnings, dealers appear to be long gamma across most of the implied 5.9% move range, $167 to $188 target, with a current price of, this is as of Sunday, of 178 resting amidst overall positive gamma. However, NVDA's volatility skew tells a more defensive story, with a 25 delta puts trading at significantly higher implied volatility than equivalent calls. Traders are paying much greater premium for downside protection ahead of earnings. That's because they own the underlying. Analysts from Spot Gamma's Flow Patrol report reveals institutional positioning that reflects optimism with caution. Buy-side funds appear defensively positioned, utilizing complex spread structures rather than outright bullish bets. Heavy use of call vertical spreads, 158, 175 strikes with $45 million sold premium versus 22.6 million bought. Diagonal spreads, rolling positions forward, and weekly vertical credit spreads, 180, 190 strikes, all suggest institutions expect limited upside surprise and are prioritizing risk management and premium collection over directional exposure. If Nvidia's results prove market friendly and align with the dovish Fed narrative, we're likely back to the zombie market again, characterized by low volatility, positive dealer gamma, and grinding price action that could persist until September OPEX. So that's not September 2nd, is it? That's more like September OPEX, which is way down the line relative to Nvidia's report that ends up taking place much in the month of August. A day later, or no, 2 days. It's August 27th, which winds up being on this Wednesday. Now we get the PCE data on the 29th, but the next real big one is on NFP. That's on the 5th. And I think that's where you're going to get the downside moves. Like sometime after like that first week of inflows or outflows out of the market, taking the money and running. That NFP, CPI, FOMC day. That could be, for me, that like FOMC day, I believe, is the 18th of September. Let me just check. Let me just check ahead here and see if I can find the exact date on that. I want to say it's the 18th, but I'm not exactly sure on that. Next September FOMC meeting. September 16th and 17th. Yeah, it's September 16th. Then we've got one more October 28th, 29th, and December 9th and 10th. And right now we're priced in for, I think, 3 cuts. September, October, and December. So we'll look at both Palantir. We'll take a look at Palantir. We'll take a look at Nvidia today, and just look at positioning for the next couple days here. And if we have some time, maybe we'll bring Volatility Wiz on this morning or this afternoon and see if he can give us any insight on what he expects out of that Nvidia print. What I noticed was that we grind and then we catch a print after a week or two after that, or these events like Nvidia, Avgo, they tend to print later. We'll take a look at Nvidia and Palantir this morning. I'm sure that everybody's interested in both of those trades. I did just read to you some of the larger trades associated with Nvidia earnings, and we'll take a look at those this morning. Yes, start a business in a recession. Yes, that's the answer. When you come to the depths of hell of a recession, that's when you start a business. They start loosening financial conditions in my experience. Absolutely. It's the time to start a business. It's the time to buy a house too. If you're in a recession, if you can gain or pile up enough cash, you go into a recessionary period, banks will take any cash. They want anyone with cash. If you get cash, nobody cares about credit. Conditions are tight. You're not getting loans in that time period. If you have a ton of cash, you're like saving money. Yes, cash is king. Bottom of a recession is the time to start a business. Absolutely. I can't tell you how many times. I can't like tell you. Like even like Detroit, I was buying houses for like $1,000. They're selling for like $150 to $300 to $500,000 now. It's incomparable. It's incomparable. Incomparable start in something in rock bottom economy. It's the only time to do it. That's when you see. I can explain it even further. I'll go even more in depth in this. If you're a tech worker, you know this, right? If you're a tech worker, you fully understand this. There was like a time period coming out of the last recession, which every tech worker wanted to work for big tech. It was like the ring. It's like the ring. Like I'm gonna go do my 20 for this company. So we're like coming out of a recessionary period, and they make all their money. We have expansion going on from the bottom. You're normally the last guy standing. Now, when you come out of these recessionary periods, we go into loose conditions, right? We peak out. Those workers are starting to exit, and new workers, what are they doing? I can't get in. I can't get a tech job. So what do they do? This is a natural part of capitalism. What do? Instead of joining the ranks of big tech, they actually do startups. You understand? Like if you're not in the big tech pipeline, you can't get into the big tech pipeline where the money and the growth isn't there. What do? They literally begin startups. That's what they do. So we go into this like deep, dark recessionary period. They don't actually go to work for those companies. They start startups in the shithole times, and then we start ramping. They start getting some money, right? We start loosening conditions, and then we have our new wave of companies and businesses. Historically, that's how it happens. I'm not kidding you. I'm serious. There we go. Nice little pump right there. That's how you don't get shut out. I kid you not. It's how you don't get shut out. When you see people that are above you, ask them. They'll tell you. The other thing that they'll tell you is this. Anyone that's above you, right, in life, ask them how they got into it. You're going to get one of two answers. You're either going to get, I started in the bottom of a recession, and I've been riding that wave up and down all my life. Or you're going to hear, I started at the top of an economic cycle, and I got hammered in the next recession, but I stuck with it. That works too, but you're missing like a cycle, you know what I mean? If you're able to get in. But they've stuck through it. You'll never hear anyone say, oh, I jumped into the top of a cycle, an economic cycle, I got flushed out, and I recovered. Those people never get let back in again, ever. They don't get let back in the second, third cycle. Never, ever, ever. You hear it all the time. You can like ask people that are older, people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, ask them truthfully, like, okay, so when did you start this? When did you start that? Were you successful or not? If they say I wasn't, usually they got flushed out. And they didn't make it through the next down cycle if they started at the top of the big cycle or whatever. Only the people that stay in are the ones that are able to make it through that cyclical behavior in the economy. We got one more target. I put that a little bit too high. It's like right here. We'll likely have a pullback to get to the next one. You know how this goes, right? Like one of these bullshits. Something like that. So we can just wipe that out right there. You don't have to believe me. Do whatever you want to do. I'll be honest. Just trying to give you some wisdom. You don't do anything I say. You'll find out on your own. You'll find out. You don't need me to tell you. Hold on here. Put that right there. Nice little green. I was actually talking to my wife last night because I buy shit oftentimes. Like I'll look at like when like retail sales are down, or specifically for what is down, and if prices are down with those things. Like not sales, but like pricing. We were looking at some stuff that I own yesterday, and a lot of stuff that I bought in the past few years on pricing lows for those items are cost more today than they did substantially when I bought them. Hold on here. I want to get in on this. I got 476s or 16 cents now. Whew. I like to go up. We got to murder them. 1 minute here. I think these things opened at 28 or 30 cents or something. Dirt cheap calls. We'll keep that down there in case the sellers come in at 12. Let's put the pivots up here. Check where pivots are. Whew, R1 is way up there, 648.50. That's the target. Target for the day is 648.80. I'd say the first target is this stuff right here, but 648.80 on the day. I'd say first target is the drop right here, 645.42. And then a return to 646.46, somewhere in there, 640.24. And then 648. And maybe I'll be able to get an unclench up there at 648 to the downside. I'm grinding higher now. New intraday. I don't know if that's a new high yet. Not quite. There's a slightly there's a hot intraday high right here. Everything okay? Sorry about that. I've got to just check it on kids. Got a first day for my youngest here. I got yelled at by my wife this weekend, and then I got the disappointments from my daughters this weekend when they found out I was going to go to the U.S. Open. I got the bad daddy. You guys ever get that? Like, you guys ever mess up like a faux pas? Not aware of something? Yeah, 646 or 16 cents. They're dirt cheap. Next, we're going to move over into Gamma. One quick second here. SPX Daily Gamma increased, especially at higher strikes, due to increased open interest, while the Gamma neutral level is back to its all-time high of 63.80, reflecting very bullish positioning. No major support levels can be derived from the overall Gamma distribution. 6,500 is the dominating strike. Just to be aware that we're trading right now 64 or 64.59 right now. So 6,500 is the dominant strike for positive Gamma. Below the short-term Gamma chart for today, the put wall is at 64.40. So if you're looking for a low, 64.40. We'll take a look at both of these right now. So we're going to go through all of this. We're going to remove everything here and just start fresh. This is SPX. We're going to talk Gamma right now. First thing we're going to do is we're going to look at a month. Or just go right to the hour here. We just go to the hour. Make it easy. So support rests at 6,500. Oh, hold on here. SPY grinding higher right now. Damn it, I did it a second time. I don't know why this is happening. Maybe because I'm not clicking or something. We got to click on the page. There we go. So here's support for Gamma. There's a note that there's no support under here where we are. We'll come down here and sweep this halfback trade at some point. All right. Put wall is at 64.40. Right here. Now, this is not the only put wall. I'll show this to you here in a minute. Right, local put wall. Whew. Moving right now. Cranking. Squeezing higher now. Should have been be able to make some money off that trade right there. Let me just go back really quick. So you can see the market moving higher right now. Congratulations if you took any money on that trade. Good job, good job. You're making any money right now? They were only 16 cents. What are they right now? What are they right now? Are they 16 cents anymore? No. So here's your local put wall right here. Hold on. We'll write local gamma support. Does that work? Is this thing going to come back up again? There we go. So there's some local gamma support. This is the local put wall. We're going to take a quick look at the gamma layout for today. Let's take a look. Here's your 6450 right here. This is where we're sitting right now, if you want to know. We're sitting right here. This is where we are. Strikes higher we're targeting are 6,500, and we're trying to also trigger rolling of calls higher to raise these up over here, right? This is going to be 6550 and 6600. Want to see this rolling so that we can unclench and head lower. Also note this is 6440 over here. And then we've got a few more spots down here, 6380, 6350, and 6300. So we want it to be taking a peek at a few of these things. This is your next target, 6475, then 6500. So we'll draw these out for you right now just so you can have a look-see at them. 6440, if that is lost, we trade 6350. Just let me show you where that is, how low that is. So you got 6380. That's right here. $63.50. There you go. Keep on squeezing, baby. Keep on squeezing. Keep on squeezing. Don't stop now. Keep on squeezing. This is a decent gamma wall here. And then firm support should be right around here. So just note here, if we lose this support, like this is an easy swing, and real support is much lower down here. So you can see it there. Keep on squeezing. Take some off now. Take some off. It's a nice little trade right there. We'll come back in and grab it again at 12. Upside targets on gamma. 64.75. Okay, can I bring this up a little bit? Make this one yellow. I don't even know. Maybe we just start ripping. We could start fucking ripping here. I took mine off. Let me just go back here and show you this. I took mine off right here. I want to see one more pullback before we do this one here. It might just take it immediately. Watch this closely. Now, so here's kind of like 1, 2, 3 grinding, just like that. And we have massive supply right here. So this is just the local top. It's not the top. But right here, just right, lots of supply. So if you're bullish here and we're on support, right? One there, one there, one there, right? Sweep back down, and then one right there. Does it make sense? You guys want to see that? So it's like pound, 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 swoop, right? Ram. Now you're gonna expect this to fail. I can't tell yet if it's straight down here, then back up. Probably start getting calls rolling up here. You want to take if you want to snip this for yourself, you can. Fairly easy and simple to see. If you're looking for a dip to buy, you're like, oh, Cap, I hate chasing this stuff. I don't like this like slam, slam, slam stuff for the roll. You're going to be looking to buy a dip down here, somewhere in this vicinity right here. If you're looking for the dip to buy, if there is like a CJJ. If there is a CJJ dip buy, it's probably somewhere in here. 6420, 6400. This is not unlocked right now. This is not expected. None of that is expected. You'd be expecting some kind of like a move quickly with a wick right about there, okay? That's the expected if we're going to have some doom this week. 6420, 6400. The bigger question becomes, what's the trigger for us to go higher? It's probably Nvidia earnings on Wednesday. We'll take a look at Nvidia here in just a few moments. Endless Summer logo? Yeah, man, that was a great movie, right? Documentary. Hold on, I should have bought that. I wasn't watching this closely enough. I'm gonna stay here down here and wait. I missed that trade there. Higher, 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 higher. God, I fucking got out here. I wanted to buy that dip. I'll wait. I'm just gonna hang out right here. Watch me not be able to get in on this anymore. It's just gonna run. Get rid of that. It doesn't look like they're gonna be successful. Now we're gonna go right there with that white line. That one's first. You do have the original poster? I remember the original poster. I remember it. It's one of the best fucking movies. It's in like top 10 for me. I mean, not top 10, but well, that kind of movie, top 10. Yeah, there's another one. There's a couple others. Like there's the Road to Patagonia is one. There's a few films like Adventure Life. You know, like kind of like doing your own thing. Like the guys that drove down to like Patagonia and shit. They went surfing all through like Mexico, Central America, South America. Grinding higher, grinding higher. 646 is now trading 24 cents. They were 16 cents when I told you guys they were cheap. Oh, no shit. That's fire. You won't allow it in the house? You know what I would do is try to get someone to repair it for you, restore it, and then frame that thing. I remember that poster. I remember it from my youth. I was in that like surfer, soccer player, skier, skateboarder group of people. That's the what do they call them when you're in high school and grade school? Like the I don't know, like groups of people. I don't know what they're called anymore, but you know, like the nerds, the preps, and the sport. We used to call them sportos, the athletes, but they played like classic sports. And then do they still do that in school anymore? Do we still have like are there still like groups of? I should ask my daughter that today. She's starting in junior high school right now. So we watched a movie. I didn't know that this movie was this movie. It was like a Saturday, or it was like a Wednesday after school special. We watched a movie together recently called 13. And I thought it was about coming of age for a 13-year-old, and it was going to be like safe movie to watch. It was gnarly. And it was gnarly, and my wife wasn't there. My oldest was there, my youngest was there, and we watched it together, the three of us. And it seemed like they still had groups in these schools. My 13-year-old, she had a whole outfit planned for her first day back to school, and she toned it down after watching that film with my other daughter and her together, the three of us together or whatever. And we watched the movie 13 together, and she's like, I'm just gonna wait and see what everybody's doing in junior high. I don't think she dealt with that as much in middle school, like or not it's competition, but the things that teenage girls, it's like it's not as bad as kids. Kids is much worse, but it is like kids. I gotta say, it's very similar. It's not too far off. Kids was rough. I saw Kids when I was a teenager. That movie blew my face off. I was like, what the fuck is happening right now? There were a lot of kids like that in New York too. As a matter of fact, when Kids came out, I was at that time I was hanging out at I was like driving down to hang out at like Limelight and Brooklyn Bridge and There was a couple other places. Let me see if I can remember. Those places are all long gone now, but those New York kids, I knew those kids when I used to hang out in New York with the kids like that. They were fucking rough kids. Yeah, Kids is fucked up. It's a fucked up movie. It's way worse than 13. I thought it was you know what I liked about 13 was I liked the movie. What I liked about it was it showed how life is not easy for generationally, how it's not easy. And it showed how women will help each other through those things. And I thought that was really cool. That it's to some extent a shared experience. I thought that was a good representation of a shared experience, and how the gray areas in life for kids and what they go through, and what as an adult you went through those things as a child, and then now that you're an adult, you're seeing your kids go through some of those same situations with different outcomes, of course, and but still, like, I think there's that moment as an adult where you go, shit, my kid's going through the same I don't know, like life events that I went through, and I never expected that from my own child. And maybe you think that you're going to yell at your kids, but do you make that choice to not do that? To where you're more supportive or helpful? And it shined a light on what maybe might look on the surface from the outside in as, why are you doing that? That child deserves this, or that child deserves this negative thing or that negative thing. In reality, it's just from the experience of the parent that's been through something similar. And how do you help these kids when they're going through it on their own and their own outcomes? And I want to say something too today, if I can, if I have a chance here. On last week, there was I want to mention this and get this out of the way, because I don't want this to seem like I want to leave this hanging out there. Last week, and there's been 2 or 3 of these in the past. There's been 2 or 3 press conferences with the White House that have been pure insanity. Pure, utter insanity. One of them I can recall for sure, which was the first time Zelensky was in the White House. It was a disaster. It was wild. And there was a lot said that was just like, I got to keep track of all this and try to make sense of it. And then it got so convoluted that I was like, we'll just let this be for a few days. And just like, there was so much insanity said, right? This last press conference last week with Trump was in that same vein. I wouldn't say it was as crazy, but it was pretty fucking crazy. And some of the speakers that were there were crazy. I made a comment where I said something that I did not know was racist towards Italian people. I was looking at it from the perspective of like, this guy sounds like a fake mafioso. He sounded very not just uneducated, but in my view, what would be like a typical bad guy. And someone made a comment that it was casual racism, and I'm like, was it? So I looked it up, and I did. It is, or it's considered today to be racist. So I want to apologize to you if you're Italian out there, Italian American or whatever. I made that commentary during that press conference where things were fucking crazy, because it was crazy. It was, but I guess that word's not okay anymore. I'm not going to repeat it here. It starts with a G. But I do want to apologize to you. I was going to make a post in the Discord about it, but I want to say it publicly, so that I'm not like take responsibility for it. I had no idea that it's now well, I looked it up, the definition, and it wasn't racist. And then right at the end, they said it's considered racist today. I'm not going to get into the argument as to why it's not or whatever. I was raised Irish Catholic in a very predominantly one of the most stereotypical Irish places in the U.S. And the only thing I would say on that would be I tried to drop all of that the moment I left Boston. I was like, holy shit, I sound educated. I sound very tribal. And like when I was growing up, we'd all put the Scully cap on and we'd all act like we're tough Bostonians from Southie and all that shit. And, when I got older, I was like, I sound uneducated. I sound like I didn't go to college. I tried to change my speech patterns, all that kind of stuff. It wasn't taken seriously in life. But I had no idea that was racist. And I'm old. And so I'm constantly learning as time changes. And I will work on that. So I'm aware of it now. And I wanted to apologize to you if you're Italian out there, because I don't want to be, I'm not that guy. And that wasn't my intent. And if that's how it comes off or hurts somebody, I'm not here to hurt anybody and saying something negative about them, blanket statement like that. So I want to apologize to you if you're Italian out there. All right, is that cool? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm old, man. You guys got to keep me. I'll be honest with you. I'm like growing up with you on this show and what we do. Like, I'm literally growing up with you. I don't have any intent of wanting to become that old boomer. Like, fuck these kids or fuck these new things or whatever it is you guys are doing. I remember being a kid, and I remember my own parents and family members that were older didn't get it. Some did and some didn't. And I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that like old guy that's just like, fuck all these old people, like young kids and all these whippersnappers and all that stuff. I want to be that guy. So you're going to catch me doing that stuff and just correct me. Be like, hey, Cap, that's not cool, man. Those days are over, bro. Stop that shit. Say something to me. Always do. I don't want you guys to know me in like 10 years and some cranky old fuck that's just a miserable, I don't know. You know what I'm saying, right? I think you do. Watch out for a quick, they might try to flush us here. They're really finding it hard to give us money. I want to talk to you about this too, this price action. I think I mentioned it earlier, but I want to be clearer on this. I kept harping on low liquidity this week. If you are a longer time participant, if we grind up this week on this holiday week, this is a holiday week. If you don't believe me, tell me. Or trust me. This is a holiday week. I want to talk to you about this. Whenever we get into these like grind ups, the adults are gone, low liquidity, squeezing up, just ripping higher, slowly grinding, similar to this price action right here. Sometimes it's better to go with a call spread. I know you won't make as much, but it's easier. Or you just get long on a low that you like, your own risk with more time on it, and just forget it. Don't look at it. Literally, just let it grind. And it might take you 2 or 3 days to make a bunch of money. Just be aware of that coming into this weekend, next Monday. The reason I say spreads is because of the long weekend. If you're trying to get a print on next Tuesday or Wednesday or OPEX, I think Spot Gamma today said they think that the market's going to be up into OPEX of September. I'd be trying to take the money and run before we ever get there. Seems like a great way to find some liquidity into that OPEX. See if we can grab another dip down here. You guys can hang out with me if you want. I took the money and ran right here. Right there. Somewhere in there. Took the money and ran. Look to see if we can jump back in over here. And grab some more to go higher. Oh, you're a cranky old Italian? Well, like, that's the other thing, too, is that I'm like, I shouldn't say this, but like, like, I get it. Like, I get people make fun of, I've never really taken too much offense to any derogatory things said about Irish people. But my experience as like in the United States has been very positive. So if my personal experience in the United States has not been that good, I could understand even an Irish American taking offense to something derogatory said about them. I don't have that experience. I've been like my experience in this country has been What do they say? I don't know what they say. Like I'm a white guy, educated, middle class ish. You know, I don't really stand out. I'm secular in a lot of ways too, so I can't really be pigeonholed. Oftentimes, maybe my long hair. I've been pigeonholed in my long hair. I had one time when I first moved to Michigan. I had plates from Utah, and I got pulled over repeatedly, and constantly asked if I was like. This was in a time when Michigan was becoming a marijuana was becoming legal, and I had long hair. I'm from the West. There were a lot of people from the West here when marijuana was becoming legal, starting up marijuana grows, either as the grower or as the owner. You would see like white guys with long hair like me with plates from Colorado, California, Oregon. They still do today, but you would see those plates everywhere. And so there was like this push. And I was constantly harassed when I first moved here. So I guess, but that's still nothing. You know, he's still a white guy. What do they call it when you have like privilege? That's my white guy privilege. It's real. Everyone tells you it's not real. It is. Don't believe that shit. It's real. It really is. I know. If I cut my hair and like part the hair to the side and put on a polo shirt, I would have fit right in. He passes. It's like the really bad meme with Family Guy, where they got the different shades of color sheet. Like fuck. Ooh, this one looks good right here. You can't come down just a little bit more? Come on. They can't just like one more quick slip down here? Like just can't give me any way in? Come on. Come on. Come on. One more bounce down. Flush him. Yeah, kill him. Yeah, take him down. I know. We'll be at 645 and 640. So we'll be at 646 and 646 will be worth 1 penny when we get there. It's brutal, right? You got to. So let me say this again. Space Cowboy. So I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm gonna say this from experience. If we go into this kind of thing, right? And when you look back on it, you're like, I should have made bank, and you didn't. It just grinds. Goes all the way up there. We get there, but they don't pay the options. So I'm telling you, like spreads or time in the money trades. All these zero dates you got on these conditions, zero dates, you're like literally into target, into inflection point, get out. In the inflection point, get out. Do more like David AMS. Trade it on like a 10-second chart or something. Or trade futures. That's it. That would work too. Trading futures would work too. There's no money. That's the point. There's no there's no money. So price will go there, but the option chain is going to look like shit. No puts. He's not talking about puts. He's not saying he's out for that reason. He's saying he's out because of the chain. Oh, maybe he was puts. Maybe I'm missing some. I could be missing some too here. Yeah, the reason I said it, or from the contextually from my brain, the only reason I said it was because the guy was in the Oval Office, and I was like, this fucking guy sounds like. I was like, this fucking guy, like, who is this guy? Like, why is he in the Oval Office? I was like, who is he? What is he doing? You know, like my expectation was that that guy that sounded like he sounded shouldn't be in that Oval Office, like, especially with some of the stuff that was being said in the context, and like some of the people I've had in there recently it's been batshit crazy in my view. But you know, I did it, and I'm sorry. I apologize. And I will work on that. I will never say that word again consciously. Okay, What else? I'm just looking to see if we can get down here. If we can come on down here, maybe buy something. Come on over here. I wasn't able to buy that dip right there, so still flat right now. I'm assuming it's the grind, right? It's got to be the grind that's the pain right now. Let me just check one more thing here. Just check velocity, see if we're losing velo if we roll this. The half hour looks fine. Looks like half hour trigger is where it's at right now. By the half hour trigger. Sorry, let me just check this really quick. Where's the half hour trigger right now? Keep your eyes on this one right here. Half hour trigger is strong. So let's keep an eye over here. This was the initiation too. How are you doing, Vi Princess? How are you doing this morning? Welcome back. Good to see you. I know, cut my hair. I got asked by a family member to send some pictures the other day. I went through like all my pictures through all these years, and I'm like, my God, I look like fucking Peter Pan. And what am I thinking? Never grew up. Let's look at bookmap really quick and see if there's any danger here. It's kind of it right here. Kind of support, right? I almost got long just now, like right here, but I really want to see that. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that dip. And they're grinding options right now, too. I just watched 646 go to 15 just a second ago on an up candle. Look at that. They're just eating this chain right now. Like this, we just got 3 green candles and 646 was lower. 3 green candle. Oh, there was 2 green candles and 1 red, but it was green for a minute, and it was lower. Douchebags. See if there's anything else here that's important. Just give me a second. I'll post this for you in the Discord. Yeah, I got some stonks for you. Hold on here. I'll post them for you right now. I'm just trying to get through the weekly stuff. September rate cut in the bag. Oh boy. September, Jerome Powell never come back to the Grand Tetons. I don't know if that's true either. That doesn't sound right. Grand Tetons are where the rich people live. He's not that rich though. He's actually not as rich as a lot of these people. I saw that yesterday. Yesterday I saw the one congressman that traded. He placed like a $26 million bet, and he didn't announce it, so he's gonna get fined for it. But the fines are small. I forget his name right now, but he made $26 million in a trade that he did not. He failed to disclose, and the trade was on stuff that he's been a member of hearings on. I was blown away by it. $26 million. We have Congress people making trades for $26 million returns. I was blown the fuck away. All right, I got a list for you guys here. Ready? Oh, hold on. That's wrong. Hold on here, guys. There's a couple familiar names on here. There you go. Just waiting for us to come down here. Right there. I want to buy that if I can. I want to buy the touch of that green. Just grinding right now. I'm going to set the trade up here. Okay, now we're going to go to the downside. Finally get the roll here. No, go lower. Just looking for, nope. Looking for that right there. You won't leave me behind. So both of these have been taken out. The next target is this right here. This right here. 645, remember, is, of course, the big one to get through. To trade 68 and change. 68, 48, 79. Just waiting for that move higher. We should squeeze up there. It should be quick. Should be like rip up here, down, and then a bigger move higher. All right, I'm going to jump in on this. I can't wait. I'm going to start getting long here. All right, I'm in. I'm long again. I'm trading 646 again. Yes, yes. Pamp it. Is that real? God damn, seriously? Might be looking at war stocks, anything associated with war stocks. That today is what? AI, robotics, materials, energy, any of that stuff. This is more. I look at INTC as a war stance. Why the U.S. bought it. I know I was fucking around with the communist stuff. It's likely geared towards war. Yeah, I'm with you, El Director. I think it's a war footing too, brother. Take anything you got. Come on down here. I'll buy that too. Just buying. I'll buy all that. Buy anything you got here. Give me all your calls. Almost at 12 o'clock here, gang. We're gonna find out. Just a note to you. Watch out. See this one right here? Just a note to you. High right here. Sellers want this to be a lower high to send it lower. Be aware of it. Have some stops. Be able to manage your trade. We usually get new flows at 12 p.m. You want to watch this one right here? Just note that there are sellers here. They're trying to do is get you underneath here to a new low, roll us down. You want to see this yellow box get beat right here? This will tell you some information if we're going to roll or not. I don't know if Nvidia would become a partner or not. I don't know that I would become a partner with the U.S. if I was Nvidia without real quiet behind the scenes negotiation on the security of Taiwan. Same with AMD. I think if you saw like an NVIDIA, I think if you saw an NVDA US partnership, that would disrupt geopolitics immediately. I wonder if that could be a negative thing. It's point blank telling China to really get fucked. Yeah, 100%. That would put us in direct conflict with China, wouldn't it? Maybe Doggone It might know a little bit more about this. What would be the implications of it? All right, cool. Yeah, that's what I think, Doggone It. I'm like so first so first I'm like go to New York City, right? I'm like we gotta wrap this stuff up. I gotta make I have to like book flights and hotels and all this stuff. So then I like called Joe Donut and I'm like we want to go do this thing, right? And he's like, my wife says no, that all this stuff's going on Labor Day weekend, blah blah blah. And I'm all like proud and shit. I'm like, well, I'm going. And I didn't know that my wife was gonna get pissed at me. So I'm like, oh, and I'd like talked to my wife about this already, going to the US Open with her too. And it was like something we like talked in passing. So I'm telling her on Saturday. And by like Sunday, I had been shunned by like the kids. I got shunned by my wife, the kids, like bad guy. Did you hear that? Did you hear that Daddy wants to go to the U.S. Open and doesn't want to be here for for you and I going back to school? I shit you not. That's exactly what I went through this weekend. He doesn't care about us anymore. Did you hear? That's exactly what happened. Daddy doesn't love us anymore. That's how the drama goes in my family. It doesn't take much. Hold on here. Did you hear that Daddy doesn't love us anymore? I'm like, really? I live in a house full of women. I live in a house of lies. Like I have to get like social cues. Like I don't get social cues. Like just be like I'm a guy. Like just tell me what you want me to do. Whoa, cranking baby. Woo, squeezing higher right now. Watch out for the squeeze higher from here. Pumping right now. Can we just go up there and nail it? Target 64.75 on SPX right down here or near it. Watch out for a squeeze. We're close to a squeeze. If you're a seller, just be careful here. We're looking to trade 64.75 or near it. And we're gonna do Nvidia. You want to just stop doing this? We can do Nvidia right now. Let me ping Volwiz, see if he's let me see if he's out of his weekend slumber right now. I'm going to ping him really quick. I haven't spoken to him in a few days. Probably, I don't think I've spoken to him in like a week. I think he was busy. I think he was golfing, to be honest. He said something to me about what he was doing. I forget what it was. Pumping right now, trading 19 cents. Up 21% in the trade. See if they can rocket ship this up one more time. Give us a nice little pump. Hang tight here. Give me like 2 seconds. I'm gonna get my phone and ping him really quick. Hang tight here.
Trump on the war in Ukraine says Putin is reluctant to meet Zelensky because he doesn't like him. Trump on North Korea says someday I'll see him. So Trump there saying someday I'll see Kim Jong-un and I look forward to it. Trump says I get along well with Kim Jong-un. Trump now ends remarks at the White House.
All right. Just grab my phone. Tight here. It's a mail come in too. Oh. I never put the reasoning on. Sorry about that. Hang tighter, guys. Oh yeah. Oh, Trump is talking. He ended his remarks. I get along well with Kim Jong Un. Did you guys ever hear the hot mic from Trump and about Kim Jong Un? You guys ever listen to that? Hold on here. I'll play it for you guys. Hold on here. This is back from 2018. Let's see if I can find it here.
Kim here at the White House?
Could happen. I mean,
they talked about that yesterday
I would
with
have,
Mike.
yeah, I think it.
So this is some audio from 2018. It was a hot mic. Let me see if I can get the video on it so you can see context on it. He mentioned him again today. He probably has to acknowledge this because it was under the microscope. You know, it was glaring. So he has to come off as. Let me see if I can bring it over here and play it for you guys.
Are we
ready?
Close to seeing Mr. Kim here at the White House?
Could happen. I mean,
they talked about that yesterday
I would
with
have,
Mike.
yeah, I think it's something that could happen. Yeah. Hey, he's the head of a country, and I mean, he is the strong head. Mm-hmm. Don't let anyone think anything different. Right. He speaks, and his people sit up at attention. I want my people to do the same.
Well, are we close to seeing?
Yeah, he says he wants. If you ever seen the videos of Kim Jong Un when they vote on laws and stuff, everybody's hands go up at the same time to say yes. Everybody's hands go up at the same time to say no. So he has to defend that position, is my point. Trying to knock out some of this gap above. I haven't heard back from Volwiz. I pinged him. He has children, or he's got, I don't know. I don't want to tell too much about his private life, but he's probably going through some of the same stuff that we're going through in our house. Well, funnily enough, my youngest, some other changes from when I was a kid to me being an adult now. My youngest started school today, and she just got out. Or she got at 11 or something, or 11:30 or something. She's on her way home right now. It's like her first day back is a big ritual, but nothing happened. It was like 2 or 3 hours of school, and then they send them home. Like, everybody's running around the house this morning, panic. You're like, everything's out here on fire. You know? All the kids have to sniff each other's butts and make sure that they're all look the same. You know, or is my friend group wearing what I'm wearing, that kind of stuff. Yeah, you know. Exactly. You're like I remember too, like I was telling my youngest daughter, I was telling my youngest daughter about how I firmly I have a firm recollection of going from 6th to 7th grade, and I remember going from 6th to 7th grade, and I had previous friends that were children the last time I had seen them, and then I came back to 7th grade and they were like adults. I was like, what's going on? Like they were acting like they're adults and stuff. That's cool. Okay, that's heavy too. Man, Anchor makes night. Do you guys ever buy anything from Anchor? Like I buy all my my cords and my chargers and stuff, like Anker. You ever buy stuff from these guys? These guys are awesome. They make some crazy cool stuff. Yeah, it is, and it's priced good. Like they make some killer stuff. They make some killer audiophile stuff too, like their higher end, like audiophile, hi-fi stuff. They're pretty good. Oki? I've never used them. Aukey. Okay, all right, hold on, write that down. Aukey. Never heard of them. I'll look them up. So yeah, I'm stuck in this I buy charging bricks from Anchor. They're like $30 each. Like $30 from Anchor. One charging block. I think one of them I bought, they're like 5-watt charging blocks, maybe 8-watt or something. They'll charge a phone in like 15 minutes. Like any phone. 5 minutes. Some phones 5 minutes. Some of the best chargers I've ever bought are from Anchor. They're not cheap though. Yeah, Anchor's dank but chargers. Like first time I got one, it's like my I just have kids, so they lose charging cords and plugs and bricks and all that kind of shit regularly. So like the first time I got some Anchor shit for myself, I was like telling the wife and kids, I'm like, don't touch this, don't touch that. Cost me like $100, like the cords, the plugs, and then the car one, right? The car charger or whatever. And they were like, we're never going to touch your stuff, Daddy. We don't know what you're talking about. Within like 2 weeks, all that shit was stolen. I was like, where the fuck did all my stuff go? Got like kids got one thing, the other wife's got another, the other kids got another. So now I got those guys all Anchor shit too. But Anchor's baller. Worth every penny. Not quite buy it for life, but quality shit, and they back up everything that they talk about. Like if you get something fucked up, you just contact them, they'll get you a new one. What is this? What am I looking at here? Why is there still? Oh, dude, they gave me a charger too. Dude, these guys are on point. These are like old. Like I used to remember back in the day when I was a kid. Like you have to like jump between companies. Samsung's making good stuff right now. Then Sony's making good stuff. Then this company's making good stuff, and that company's making good stuff. Anchor is like kind of like one of those companies now. Oh, dude, and I got an Anchor cord with it. Woo! Probably not kick ass, but it's probably quality. Bird Dave, you gonna be in Detroit tomorrow? Yeah, let's do drinks, dude. I'm down. Yeah, I can do drinks tomorrow. We'll hang out. No, we can hang out, man. I can do that. I think. Let me just check. This week is like this. I got yelled at. No, I didn't get yelled at. I got told no, or it's your daughter's this and that. And I was like, oh come on. Like I was like, I did everything I was supposed to do for my kids for school, and then she didn't argue it with me. And then the kids started changing their opinions of me over the weekend. And by Sunday, I was like, I was getting the vibe. Like, oh, I gotta tell these kids. I gotta tell them I'm not going. Don't worry, Daddy's gonna stay with you. Because my oldest still hasn't started school either. She starts, I think, Wednesday. I think Wednesday. But they're like moving her in and all that kind of stuff right now. And I thought that my daughter did. I thought that like every time I think my daughter's doing something, I find out that it's not the reasons that I think it's for. Like I'm like told it's for a certain reason, then it's for another reason or whatever. The most recent one is the oldest wants to be in Michigan because now staying in Michigan at UMich Ann Arbor because she has an operation coming up in Christmas break or holiday break for college students, and it's a pretty big operation. All right, we're down to where I want to be right here. Let's see what's up. See if we can get this one here. 1218. We got the new high over here. So we got this prior high and new high right here. This doesn't look bearish to me. There can be an argument made that we could go to the half an hour trigger. This just looks like grinding to me to like kill options chain. You may want to switch to from 0 dates to 1 dates at some point. Depending upon if you can stay in until the end of the day or not. I know they kick some of you out at 3:30, 3:45. Bird Dave, if you can hear me right now, I can hang out with you. And I would love to. I'd love to go out with you. If you're you're gonna see if I can find something for us to do, or do you got something in mind you want to do? You going to Chi-Town next week? Right on. You're going to love Chicago, dude. You know what's cool is you'll see where Detroit is and where it can be. Another cool place is Columbus. Columbus is pretty much the next step for Detroit. I don't know. I don't think it'll ever become a Chicago. It's possible. If we went to North China, if we went to like a real true World War III, like a hot war, Detroit would probably be one of the big cities again. There's a fair chance of that. It's built for it. Yeah, I went. As far as COVID is real, or we're in like the seasonal ramp in COVID. We were going to get our. I asked my wife about it 2 weeks ago to get our new COVID shots. They haven't changed them, and they don't have the people that were supposed to release the new COVID shot for this fall were fired by Doge. So there's no word yet if there's going to be a new vaccine for the new variant. But I did ask my wife for a shot. I was like, "Can you sign me up for an appointment to get a shot?" COVID's running rampant around the country right now. Shinola? Shinola is good. There's a bunch of for downtown, if you're looking for that kind of a vibe, some of the hotel bars are some of the best bets in Detroit. There's a couple others, a couple cigar bars. It's a couple. It depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for like the old school, it's like Detroit is the Metro Detroit has one of the couple wealthiest zip codes in the U.S. So if you have like New York old school money, Boston old school money, then there's Detroit old school money. It's all like the Dow companies, and they live in like Bloomfield, some other places too, but generally Bloomfield Hills area. If you're looking for that kind of like experience, they still have that in Detroit. Those people still live here. They never left. Chicago, if you've never been to Chicago, you're gonna love it. I think like San Francisco, I can take like 3 days and then I gotta run. I'm like, I gotta get me out of here. New York, somewhat feel like that about New York too. New York's got some of the best like classic stuff, things you expect. Like old world Americana, maybe. Chicago is its own thing. I never feel like I have to leave that city. It's like just the right size. It's everything is approachable. I think one of the best weekend getaways you can do in the U.S. in a city is probably up there with like Chicago, Charleston. Charleston's on that same vibe as Chicago for me, at least. To some extent, I think Austin was like that at one time, but I don't know that it's like that anymore. I can't comment on it. I haven't been there in many moons. You're gonna love Chicago, dude. And look at Detroit as what it can be. It used to be it was really bad here at one time. So seeing how far they've come is glaring. Especially if you're under the impression that Detroit is how it's portrayed elsewhere. Your mind will be blown that it's even where it's at. I was looking at that auction and I'm like, there's only 2,000 homes available. My thoughts on it this weekend were we're going to go to the peak cycle at some point here soon where you can't get into any of these cities like Minneapolis or Cleveland or Pittsburgh.
Oil companies are working introduction.
Detroit, you'll be priced out at some point.
Growth.
And if you're young trying to find a place to live, like, you don't need to be in LA, like Beverly. If you're poor, not poor, but like, let's be honest. Like, I have these conversations with people, like, and some people are honest about it. Like, some don't want to grasp the idea of this, but on the same coin or the other side of this coin. So, like, on the one coin where you hear people say everything is awful, right? The loudest voice, the most complaining voice in the room. That's the zeitgeist, right? They have a reason to complain. So it can seem or appear as though the economy is terrible. On the flip side of that coin, there's another part of the population that thinks they're wealthier than they actually are, or they portray that they're wealthier than they actually are. There's that crowd too. So, like, if you look at the actual incomes of Americans, the actual data doesn't say that everybody's a fucking millionaire. Like, there are a lot more millionaires than there ever been, or net worth, but like disposable money, money they can access, that kind of stuff is completely different, right? So my point stands with this, that even if you make decent money and live in a great place, you're probably just getting by, right? Or life is good, right? Like, yeah, I make a couple $100,000 a year. I can survive in New York City. I can pay my bills. I can do the things I want to do. Still got to watch my stuff and whatever. But the great majority of America is not like that either. Great majority of America is not making 300, 400, 5, 6, 7, 800,000 a year, a bunch of benefits, all that kind of stuff. $1 million a year. Most of Americans aren't making that much, or don't have access to that money. They're like paying bills, paying loans, paying this insurance, that, and all that other stuff. If you're trying to escape any of that, those deals are going away across the Midwest right now, is my point. So if you ever want out of the rat race, the door is shutting in the Midwest. Even if you're to buy something to renovate and rent out or lease out or Airbnb out, we're near that door shutting. We're not quite there, but almost. In a lot of these places like Columbus and these like Midwestern mid-sized cities where things become unaffordable. Probably, I think permanently. I think permanently. Don't think those days are around anymore. Like the hellscape prices and stuff. Too much infrastructure building for down the road. And if you ever want a piece of that, like I don't think it's a problem like living in Beverly Hills or west Hollywood or New York City, like lower upper east west side or whatever. I think those will always go up. But if you ever want like that chance to buy something cheap, renovate it cheap, and still be up and above whatever you bought at, probably the Midwest. It's hard to fail in those conditions. So if you're in Detroit, dude, check that. I'll hang out. We'll hang out tomorrow. Shinall is okay. I'd check out one of my cool places in downtown to have a drink at would be the Apparatus Room. I hang out there a lot. Apparatus Room is cool as fuck. There's another one too. It's got a cool bar at nighttime. I forget what it's called. I'll look it up. There's a few different ones downtown that are really rad. And if you're in Detroit, another thing I would, if you can, I would try to seek out some kind of a Detroit techno show, even if it's just chill in a bar situation, like just relaxing or whatever. They have all kinds of different environments for listening to that music, but if you have the chance, Detroit's famous for techno, and they're really fucking good at it. And they have different genres of Detroit techno, and it's baller. It's kind of like going to Chicago and listening to Chicago house. Chicago house, kind of like, it's home of like Chicago house. You go to Chicago to listen to house music. Yeah, I'm Detroit. It's not there yet, but when it does, it's gonna be amazing. Like they have this thing called Belle Isle, and it's just been finally cleaned up, and like the Riverwalk and Belle Isle. If it ever, I hope it doesn't turn into like the Chicago version. I hope it doesn't do that. They have like F1 in Detroit now, and they used to race on the island. Now they race in the city. But if they ever if you go there and you say, "Holy shit, there's so much potential here," it could be fucking epic. Like on the scale of like Central Park, or I almost said Grand Central Park, Grand Central Station, but or not quite Washington Park, but you'll see. You can see it. You just walk around Detroit and you go, "Holy shit, this place is gonna move." It's kind of cool. Although I still like Chicago is probably my favorite Midwestern city. Can't lie. Chicago's fucking awesome. It really is. It's fucking phenomenal. What do you guys think about Trump with soldiers everywhere? I feel like it's a dog and pony show. You guys feel? Am I wrong in this? Am I maybe out of my element here? I feel like it's a dog. I think it's meant for a certain audience. I don't think that it's real. I don't think they would ever send people. I don't think they would ever send soldiers to, unless they had to. I don't think they would ever send like. I don't even think they send ICE in those places. Like I'll be honest. There are parts of Detroit. If you walked in there with like ICE or National Guard, they would fucking kill you. There aren't many left in Detroit, but like if you went to like the east side, there's a stretch of the east side. If you walked into with like the National Guard and ICE, they'd probably kill you. They would be a war in there. I'm not kidding. There are times in Detroit PD. They have video of Detroit PD being like shot up with automatic weapons, and they've fled. And Chicago has some of those same neighborhoods. Like the south side of Chicago. Wrong day, wrong night of the week. Like, there's no fucking way. You go to like East LA. Do you ever see ICE in East LA? Anybody? Anybody got any video of ICE in East LA? Didn't you get better? You guys have been to East LA at like 6, 7 o'clock at night? If you're white, it's scary. It's not even like Compton's not scary like East LA is at 6, 7 at night, or it was at one time. I don't know if East LA is like that anymore, but. Yeah, Detroit's badass, dude. It's coming. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be epic when it happens. Yeah, I'm still in calls today. Calls to the end of the day. Let's keep plugging away. If we can go any lower, I'll add some more. I'll hold them till close. They're dirt cheap. Hold on. The sneaky CDN. Let me ask you that serious question. Do you guys think it's serious? Because I can't see it. I'm like, is this like trolling? Is it maybe it's for something else that's worse? I can see the like deploying for other ends, but I don't see like the immediate like. I feel like the pay is outstanding too. Do you guys know that? Even for the National Guard, I checked. It's like 8 to 10 grand a month. If you're activated right now, you get hazard pay. Supposedly supposedly on the wall. You guys might not know some of this stuff. I looked into it all. Supposedly down in Texas, they were going to remove hazard pay, and they a bunch of these National Guardsmen threatened to bounce and go back to their jobs. I kid you not. That's real. It's like the pay is outstanding. So these guys aren't going to say no to that. Not all of them, but I would say 60% of guardsmen probably are agreeing to it because of the 8. What I was told is anything over E5, you're getting paid pretty good money, which most soldiers are, within a year or two, you're probably in E4, E5.
Trump on South Korea says we're going to
coming into it. Come on, Bears. You're not winning, Bears. You're doing a horrible job here.
It appears this is coming from reporters shouting questions at Trump as he's greeting the South Korean president.
I'll try to bring this up if I can on video really quick for you guys. I was stationed there, South Korea. Been there. See if we can get some Trump live going on here.
That the ceremony looks to be winding down as President Trump just moments ago greeted the president of South Korea. And you can see that is the door that President Trump exited from. Unfortunately, the way that the camera was stationed, we weren't actually able to see that greeting as the column was in the way right there. But I did want to share this with you as we are taking a live look from outside the Oval Office. I'm just going to raise the audio.
Dearborn is nice. Yes, it is. You've missed out on a few things. Dearborn has changed. There's like a there's a new let me turn this down a little bit. So the predominant new immigrants in Detroit are typically Arab, Islamic, or Christian. It's like they have a lot of Iraqis that are Christians. They're called Chaldeans, I think, if I recall. What's fascinating about Detroit right now is
You can see folks now.
they social, economically.
We are expecting a live look though from the Oval Office.
This new wave of immigration into Detroit, they
sit down
socially and economically segregate themselves. If you're Irish or Italian or whatever, think of it like there's like the new immigrant with no money and just got here neighborhoods. And then there's the older immigrants who are established and making money. We have small businesses and putting our kids in college, all that kind of stuff. The assimilation track for immigration. So if you go to like Dearborn, it's really nice. Like Dearborn is like airport, the airport district, or not district, but like neighborhoods, like the airport neighborhoods, Dearborn. It's beautiful. It's like perfect. It looks like any like nice cities, neighborhoods in any city in the U.S. It's beautiful, like well nice. That's outside of what you're told in the news and stuff. If you go to like Hamtramck, that's where the recent immigrant population is moving. Hamtramck, you're from Detroit, right? Like, it's like Hamtramck. No more. There's no more German, Polish, Irish. They're still there, but not anywhere near the mass wave immigration that's going on into Detroit. I'm telling you, Detroit's changing. It is changing. Matter of fact, population is rising now, and it's all young people. A whole new class of people. Detroit's changed, man. It's different. I get your sentiment, though. I understand your sentiment. And that sentiment's still alive in Detroit. But it's starkly different than it once was. Starkly. I got here right when it was still a shithole. I moved here when it was a war zone still. It was just turning up from being a war zone. It was like the last not the war zone. I want to say that's false too. Detroit was no longer a war zone anymore. It was only the dregs left behind when I got here. Like Detroit, all the fight was taken out of Detroit. At that point, the only people, like when they were like, like last person out of Detroit closed the door. Shit. Well, I'm trying to add some more right now. Like Detroit got so bad that it was everybody left, right? African Americans left. Anyone that could get out of the city got out. Whoever you were at some point. I want to say by like 2000 and maybe 9, maybe a little bit later, 2012. The last vestiges of Detroit. There's nowhere to go but up. We didn't even have riots during the BLM protests. Detroit was safe as fuck. It was an easy city to be in. There was no like protests get out of control, riots. There was no looting, none of that stuff. During that time period, I had people ask me if I was safe. I'm like, this is the safest city in America right now. They already burnt this town down. There's nowhere else. There's nothing left to burn out. Come on, dude. Just turn this 646 into like 50, 60 cents for me. You know you're going to do it. Just pump this shit to like a quick 50 cents. You know you're going to do it. We all know you're going to do it, Spoos. We all know you're going to squeeze, bro. We only have until... let me sweet talk Spoos right now. You only have to like 1:30, 2:30 to do it, bro. You know that we get those new end-of-day flows coming in. Bull's got to get that shit done by like 1:30, man. You already know it, Spoos. Dealers know it. I know it. You know it. You know we're going to squeeze when we rip the faces off up here. You know it, and I know it. Don't deny it. Just accept it. You don't need no lube. We'll give you the lube. It'll go up nice and easy. It's not like you didn't see it coming. There you go. There you go. There you go, Spoos. There you go. You gotta oil them up, right? You gotta oil them up.
Any minute now, Trump due to be speaking in the Oval Office with South Korea's Lee. We have posted the live.
You might want to be tighter. I'm gonna try to put this Trump speech on here. Having some technical difficulties here in the background. What's going on here? Check here. Looking for 648, then 640, then 650. Something like that. 648, then down to like 640, 42 is the support, and then trade the 650. Just get this Trump stuff up. You got to yell at it to go higher, right? I'll just keep loading. Add. Starting to go up again. Make some more money now. Squeezing higher. Let me see if I got this here. Okay, so I got it on in the background. This is the AP coverage, which doesn't give any check this one right here.
For the 28,500 American troops stationed in that country.
We'll leave this on quietly in the background until the broadcast comes back. In the meantime, we are going to look at both Nvidia and Palantir.
Could potentially affect the size and the role.
I'm going to do it in the bottom down here and then post them in the Discord.
On the table during this bilateral.
So if you're looking for Nvidia, we are cranking higher now. If you've been adding, congratulations.
The White House, where we did see President Trump walk outside.
Squeezing higher now.
The new president.
Big green bars.
Korea, and the two world leaders then walked back.
Bullish risk on.
We were hearing the media asking some questions, and we heard some
squeezing higher, grinding out the
but so far
gap that was left behind from this morning.
Oval Office. We're keeping a very close eye on all of the updates that the White House is sending to.
Squeezing higher now.
Just refreshing my email browser.
We should get close to closing that gap and then pull back.
About 9 minutes.
So maybe one more nice fat green bar.
That this meeting right now was slated to begin, and we can see that there was a slate right here. So that's actually some good news, because it does mean potentially that that camera is now on the move and will be stationed inside the Oval Office. Meanwhile, we have another live look right here of that same vantage point. So it does look like that camera that we had a live look from has now been disconnected, and that typically means that the photographer with that camera is now walking over to the doors of the Oval Office. They're then going to reconnect to that live stream. So I am anticipating that live look to get underway shortly, as their second camera maintains this stationary position outside the White House right here. We did see the motorcade for the president of South Korea as it drove up to the doors right here of the White House. We saw President Trump walk outside and then greet the president of South Korea. And right now, at least from the timing of it, the two world leaders should actually be inside the Oval Office as we do await a live look right here. So we saw that one of those live feeds came down. We are expecting there to be a live look momentarily, and it does look like perhaps that it is getting underway from the White House's social media platform. So I did actually want to pivot to that so we can listen in.
그래서 조선소라든지 선박 건조에 대해서 우리는 많은 얘기를 나눌 것입니다. 사실 미국은 제2차 세계대전 때 선박을 하루에 한 개씩 건조하는 그런 굉장히 성공적인 선박업을 운영하고 있었습니다. 그런데 이제 미국은 선박이
She said 감사합니다. That's she's South Korean. This is South Korean speech right now.
그렇지만 앞으로 한국과의 협력을 통해서 미국에서 선박이 다시 건조되기를 바라고 있습니다.
Maybe we won't do I'll do it in the background. I'll do Nvidia in the background. I'll just post it in the Discord for you.
아까도 말씀드렸습니다만 제2차 세계대전 때 미국은 하루에 한 개 선박을 건조하였습니다. 그렇지만 지금 미국의 조선선은 상당히 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 대통령님 감사드립니다.
I'll work on this in the background while they're talking.
국민을 대표해서 감사 말씀을 드리면서 우리 대통령께서 이 오벌 오피스를 새로 꾸미고 있다는데 정말로 밝고 황금색으로 빛나는 게 정말 보기 좋습니다. 품격이 아주 있어 보이고 미국의 새로운 번영을 상징하는 것 같습니다.
Mr. President, let me begin by thanking you on behalf of the Korean people. I would like to thank you for giving your time for today's.
Your office is beautiful.
I heard that you recently redecorated the Oval Office, and I would like to say that it looks very bright and
It looks good.
and it has the dignity of America, and it symbolizes the new future and prosperity of America.
미국을 다시 위대하게 만드는 것이 우리 대통령님의 꿈인데 미국이 다시 위대하게 변하고 있는 것 같고 그게 다우존스 지수에서도 그게 나타나는 것 같습니다. 제가 보니까 사상 최고치를 경신하고 있던데 오늘은 잠깐 조정되고 있지만 아주 훌륭하게 미국이 다시 위대해지고 있는 것 같습니다.
I believe that making America great again is your goal, and I believe that that is what is currently taking place in America. And I think the most symbolic thing of that is the Dow Jones Index, which reached a record high recently, although it went down a bit, but it reached a record high. And so I think
Rotation into quality.
becoming great again.
말씀하신 조선 분야뿐만이 아니라 제조업 분야에서
Look at NVDA, beautifully up today.
그 과정에서
NVDA is near equal legs. Not quite there yet, but it's almost ready to roll over. Just a heads up.
Building sector, but also in the manufacturing industry, and I hope that Korea can be a part of it.
Not quite there yet, but almost.
제가 꼭 말씀드려야 될 것이
Just a warning to you if you're long NVDA.
지키는 기간의 미국의 역할을 넘어서서 새롭게 평화를 만들어가는 피스메이커로서의 역할이 정말로 눈에 띄는 것 같습니다.
And one thing that I wanted to say to you is that America's role not
Still has more up to go, but it's close.
but a maker of peace is being more is emerging more evidently.
유럽, 아시아, 아프리카, 중동 뭐 여러 곳에서의 전쟁들이 이제는 트럼프 대통령님의 역할로 휴전하고 평화가 찾아오고 있습니다.
Many wars in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, and in the Middle East are coming to peace because of the role that you are playing.
세계 지도자 중에 전 세계의 이런 평화 문제에
By the way, too,
이렇게 관심 가지고
we'll talk more about this in a minute.
낸 경우는 처음으로 보이십니다.
So among
But,
many world leaders, I believe that you are the only leader who has made such accomplishments.
그리고 가급적이면 전 세계에서 유일하게 분단 국가로 남아 있는 한반도에도 평화를 좀 만들어 주셔서 김정은과도 만나시고 북한에 트럼프 월드도 하나 지어서 거기서 저도 골프도 칠 수 있게 해주시고 그래서 전 세계가 인정하는 정말 세계사적인 평화의 메이커로서의 역할을 꼭 해주시기를 기대합니다.
And I would like to mention that the only remaining divided nation in the world is the Korean Peninsula. And I would like to ask for your role in establishing peace on the Korean Peninsula. So I look forward to your meeting with Chairman Kim Jong-un and construction of a Trump Tower in North Korea and playing golf at that place.
아마 기다리고 있을 것 같습니다. 네, 기다리고 있을 것 같습니다.
So I believe he will be waiting for you.
그리고 마지막으로 든든한 한미 동맹을 기반으로 대한민국이 성장 발전해 왔고 앞으로도 이 한미 동맹을 군사 분야뿐만이 아니라 경제 분야 또 다른 과학 기술 분야까지 다 확장해서 미래형으로 발전시켰으면 좋겠습니다.
Korea was able to attain economic growth and development through our ironclad alliance. And going forward, I hope to develop our alliance into a future-oriented alliance that encompasses areas not only limited to security, but also the economy and science and technology.
On a 4-hour basis, NVDA is turning a little red. Just a heads up. Looks like it wants to pull the up and handle move. Look at NVDA on a 4-hour basis.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you. I will say that Kim Jong-un and I had a very good relationship, as you remember. And
this is the
when I came in,
Japan did the same thing,
but we became
and came away with. Trump was so happy that they came away with no tariffs in Trump tariff 1.0.
The election, it would have been a disaster. But we think we can do something in that regard with respect to North and South, and I think you are much more prone to doing that than other leaders that I've been working with from South.
Yeah, we already know that South Korea wants unification, though.
Good to work with that. If you remember,
Trump's aware of that. U.S. citizens don't know that, but if you're from Southeast Asia, you already know that.
Selling tickets because nobody wanted to be blown up in the stadium during the opening ceremonies, right? And you were not selling tickets. And I was also at my formative stage with North Korea and Kim Jong-un. And we were a little bit going at it about Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man, everything back and forth. And it was really nasty. And then I got a call one day and they wanted to get together. They wanted to talk. And we started talking. And then he said really brilliantly, he said, you know, the Olympics is going to be opening very soon. And we'd like to be a part of it. They actually put teams in it. You got along great. And by the way, immediately upon that phone call, you started selling tickets, and it turned out to be a tremendous success. So it went from being empty stadiums because people were afraid to go, because it was a target potentially, to a great success. And I was very proud of that You had one of the most successful Olympics. And
Okay, so I've got NVDA set up. I want to show it to you. I'm not just going to do the chart. I was going to do the chart and post it, but I think it's better to explain it. So I've got NVDA ready to rock.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. 다시 한번 그 모시게 돼서 영광이라고.
You're looking, I'll say this.
굉장히 좋은 관.
If you're looking to long NVDA, the buy-in is 180, 179.20, somewhere down there. Maybe a sweep of 178.38. I know that was the open this morning, but down there is where you're getting long. The next place to get long would be 172.12. I'm going to try to buy this again. I was already told the Discord to get out up here, take the money and run, and then add again for another sweep higher.
사실 그 한국에서 올림픽에 열렸을 때 북한 때문에 많은 사람들이 올림픽 표를 사지 않는 그런 현상이 생겨났었습니다.
Watch out here. They're going to try to take this down one more time.
초기에는 제가 별로 뭐 사이가 좋았던 것은 아닙니다. 서로 라켓맨이라고 부르면서 주고받는 그러한 그 해프닝도 있었습니다. 그런데 어느 날 통화를 시작하게 되었고 통화를 하면서 그가 얘기를 했습니다. 한국에서 올림픽이 곧 열리는데 우리 그 북한도 참가하겠다. 그렇게 얘기를 했습니다. 그리고 그 통화 직후에 올림픽표가 많이 팔리기 시작했습니다. 그리고 한국의 올림픽은 올림픽 역사상 가장 성공적인.
Remember that
우리 미국도 곧 올림픽을 주최할 예정.
somewhere in here.
성공적인 그런 올림픽을 주최할 계획을.
The dip buy is 643.78.
위원장 말씀을 하셔서 그런데
down there.
대통령님 덕분에 이 북한하고 이 한반도
Hey.
매우 안정적이었습니다.
Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back. Hold on.
대통령께서 미국 정치에서 잠깐
My youngest just got home from her first day of school. Hold on here, guys.
북한의 미사일도 많이 개발됐고 핵폭탄도 많이 늘어났고 진척된 것도 없이 한반도 상황은 정말로 많이 나빠졌죠.
Mr. President, you mentioned about
Hey.
Kim, and thanks to
How you doing?
when you were in office,
Oh, let me go over there and give you a hug and a kiss.
the situation on the Korean Peninsula was stable. But during the hiatus where you were out of office, North Korea developed further its nuclear and missile capabilities, and that led to a deterioration on the situation of the Korean Peninsula.
And they wouldn't have done that. They would not have done that if I were president. It
내가
was not going to
만약에
happen.
대통령이 당선되었다면 그런 일이 일어나지 않았을 것입니다.
전적으로 공감합니다.
I completely agree with you.
그래서 지금 얼마 전에 김여정이 미국과 저를 비난하는 발언을 할 때도 대통령과 김정은 위원장의 특별한 관계에 대해서는 의심하지 않는다 이런 표현을 했습니다. 기다리고 있다는 뜻으로 보여졌습니다.
So when Kim Yo-jong, the deputy director of the Workers' Party
I love you.
of Korea, issued a statement denouncing South Korea, she mentioned about the not bad relationship between you and Chairman Kim Jong-un, and I believe that this is a sign that North Korea is waiting.
한반도의 평화의 새 길을 꼭 열어주시기 바랍니다.
So I hope that you will usher in a new era of peace on the Korean Peninsula.
You want to check this out?
We'll have talks. He
Daddy got a.
with me. He didn't want to meet with me
Look at this.
because he had no respect for
The
Biden.
anchor chargers.
But we look
and stuff.
forward to meeting with him.
I got this three-place one.
We'll
Of
make relations better.
charge.
You'll help that. You had
make sure it stays on too, so it
leaders
maximizes or it doesn't lower the battery's
you know, it's
capacity.
quick. You'll be there for a long time. But we
There's a. You want to read the
dealt with.
instructions?
They were not approaching it properly, in my opinion, having to do with North Korea. But I think you're
They're over here if you want them.
a much better one.
네, 그렇게 하도록 하겠습니다. 김 위원장이 바이든 전 대통령.
There you go, guys. Hold on, man.
말은 만나고 싶어 할 것 같습니다. 그래서 그런 그 시도를 하겠고요.
My baby just got home.
지도자들 여러분을 만나봤는데 제
Oh, wait a minute. I got some questions. Hold on a second. I'll call her back. Hold on.
않지 않았나 하는 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 이 대통령께서 그 적절한 대북 정책을 통해서 좀 더 그 진전이 있었으면 하는 생각입니다.
저의 관여로
Come on over here. We got some questions for you.
쉽지 않은 상태인데 실제로 이
Sneak out. You see the camera right there? You want to sit behind my chair?
트럼프 대통령이십니다.
So resolving this issue
First day of school.
is not an easy thing.
Um,
The only person that can make
what was it like socially? You happy with your
대통령께서 피스 메이커를 하시면
What were the kids like in your class? Did they come back different or not different or?
Peacemaker, then I will assist you by being a pacemaker.
A lot of different
We can do
hills.
progress, I think, with North Korea. Absolutely.
네, 북한에 대해서 큰 진전을 함께 이루어 나갈 수 있다고 믿습니다.
Thank you.
Their outfits,
Thank you very much. Good job.
they definitely changed
Okay, questions,
here.
please.
Mr. President,
But overall, most of my friends,
President Vladimir Putin, how soon did he say that he wanted to sit down with Ukrainian President Zelensky?
Are you,
Russia, as of now, says there's no meeting on the
Okay,
books
so
and no agenda.
positive, negative, neutral, or your thought
It
first
takes
day?
two to tango. I always,
1 out of 10.
and they
5.
should meet, I think.
Pretty
before I
boring.
have-
Is that because everybody hates school, or is it because of
But I
anything?
think it's a.
We didn't really do
They
anything.
do not exactly get along well.
Just
You can
sat in the class.
And I'm sure it's a meeting that perhaps he didn't like, but he wasn't happy about
Are you gonna wear? Are you on track to wear the same stuff that you planned on wearing to junior high school?
session, and I appreciate the fact that he did. You know, I've always had a very.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Despite a
Love
fake Russia haunt that we had, but we've always had a great.
Sorry.
Very good relationship, strong.
Well, I'll have her back on when he's done. I'll have her back on when he's done. Probably the wrong time to have her on. I probably should ask later.
It's good to get along with Kim Jong-un, and it's good to get along with everybody, including President.
Like, good to get along with Kim Jong-un? No, it's not.
With the foreign leaders. You see that with the biggest group of foreign leaders that we've ever had. Don't forget the European Union was here also representing a large group of countries just recently. So I believe that we're going to get that war straightened out. We're going to get it done. I don't know that they'll meet. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. They'd like me to be at the meeting. I said, you guys ought to work it out. It's between you. It's not us.
So there's some weakness right now in NVDA.
As you know, on
This is expected.
military equipment to NATO. NATO now is taking in
There's probably still one pump left on NVDA, and then the roll.
amount of money from the countries. They're taking in 5% of GDP versus 2%. They're paying the 5%. They never paid the 2%, most of them or a lot of them. NATO has a lot of money. We are selling military equipment to NATO at full price, and NATO's distributing that equipment to wherever they are. I mean, perhaps to Ukraine. So NATO's working with Ukraine. Biden was giving hundreds of billions of dollars, just willy-nilly, just giving money.
If you're looking for a dip buy right now on
Terrible what was happening.
like intraday dip buy, it's probably on NVDA 180.42 exact.
$350 billion. As you know, I also got the rare earth deal done with Ukraine, which was worth much more than the $350 billion. But I'm not interested in the money so much, even though we've done a great job.
Liar.
I'm not interested in
That's a liar.
I'm interested in stopping a war where last
I'm not interested in the money, but I'm taking it.
soldiers died, both Russian and Ukraine. It's such a waste of life. And you
I agree with that statement.
not from this country. They're not from any other country other than Ukraine, for the most part, other than Ukraine and Russia. But it's a very important thing to me to stop it. I stopped 7 wars.
10 wars, bro. 10 wars you've stopped, bro. 20.
As you know, Rwanda, one for 35 years. I don't have to go into them. You know the list better than I do. But we stopped a lot of wars, including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. So I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the
He's got like 10 potential wars. I think it was 5 and 10 last week. Now it's 7. So we'll be at 10. I just stopped 10 wars. Just be like,
personally between the two men. And we're going to have to straighten that out. But I would like to.
2 week stops.
They'd like me to be there. I may be there. But I wanted them to work out their differences first, because it is ultimately between them. And when that happens, I think
Maybe they meet, maybe
He is looking good today. He's looking well rested.
to let this play out. And if they don't meet, will there be consequences, and how soon for Russia?
yeah, there could be very big consequences, but we'll see what happens. There might be very big consequences.
Look at all the Asian reporters are like, bitch, stay on topic. It's South Korea Day. It's not Ukraine Day.
There has not been a war like this since the Second World War. This is the biggest thing that's happened in terms of warfare, wars. It's a whole new form of fighting. It's a drone fighting. It's a drone war. No, a drone war never existed before.
I agree with that.
Actually studying it from the standpoint of Pete Hegseth and everybody. We're studying it and studying it very carefully. This is a whole new form of war. But
Pete Hegseth wouldn't be caught dead in a war zone with that going on.
So we'll see what happens over the next week or two, and at that point I'll step in very strongly. And if I have to,
NVDA rolling over right now, looking for a trade to about 180, roughly in there, maybe 179.79. We're close to a squeeze still, believe it or not.
When do you want to meet with him?
With who?
Not there yet, almost.
How soon would you?
Yeah, we want to have a meeting.
Don't worry about this weakness too much. We can. Oh, there we go. See if I can get this right here.
Had a press conference. He had his first press conference.
Watch this closely.
Press conference. This was a little different press conference.
I'm switching now to tomorrow calls.
And you know what? He did great. It was a great press.
648s are 22 cents for what Tuesday. Maybe Wednesday calls 648s.
Because whatever you want to
86 cents, a little too pricey. Tomorrow calls is it then.
And then he said, enough. And that was the end of it.
648. Just looking for a little bit more weakness here. Looking for a sweep lower halfback trade on the intraday move. We're almost there. Not quite. Almost there.
The number of forces in South Korea so that the United States could have more flexibility in the risk.
Looking for this little sweep down here.
Would you consider reducing the number?
We're almost there. This might be it right here. We're like within pennies here.
Well, I don't want to say that now because we've been friends and we're friends. And look, we have a lot of people over there. We have over 40,000 troops in South Korea. As you know, South Korea agreed to pay for that during my last term. And then when Biden came in,
I want one more sweep lower. I want one. If I can get it, I want one more jackknife down here before that. Oh, sorry about that.
Then Biden.
I want one more.
Whatever reason,
I hope I can get it. I hope it doesn't get sucked back up again.
very good relationship militarily.
I didn't buy this either.
But we gave you land. I said, no, you didn't. You lease us land. There's a big difference between giving and leasing. And maybe one of the things I'd like to do is ask them to give us ownership of the land where we have the big fort. You know, we spent a lot of money building a fort, and there was a contribution made by South Korea, but I would like to see if we could get rid of the lease and get ownership of the land where we have a massive military base. Okay? Would you go?
Thank you, Mr.
NVDA just getting gobbled up like it's nobody's business here. They're eating this up like it's nobody's business.
From South Korea's Arirang TV.
Should have bought that fucking thing.
As mentioned earlier, the United States is South Korea's most important and closest ally. So in this point of view, I would like to ask you and also President Lee, what do you think are
I'm just going to jump in.
the South Korea-U.S. alliance?
I'm not going to wait. There we go, man.
It's great now. I feel very warmly toward.
Even if we get the jackknife move down, I'll just get more.
I have a lot of.
And they're just gobbling up Nvidia right now.
They love Trump because they feel.
Any down is being bought.
Had a nuclear war if I were. I think you would have had a nuclear war, North Korea and South
What?
Korea. I think it would have been a disaster.
What?
Only 60 miles away from Seoul. They don't even need nuclear. They have their cannons, you know, howitzers, and they have them buried.
There's no nuclear war. What the fuck is he talking about?
I think you would have had if I didn't win that election. If crooked Hillary won that election, I think you would have had a nuclear war. It would have taken place, and it would have been horrendous for everybody, including them. It would have been very bad for them because we would have had to enter the picture, and we are the most powerful nuclear country in the world. Russia's second, China's third. China's going to catch eventually, 5 or 6 years. They're working to catch. One of the things we're trying to do with Russia and with China is denuclearization. And it's very important. One of the things I discussed with President Putin the other day, it wasn't just that, it was also other things. And I think the denuclearization is it's a big aim, but Russia's willing to do it, and I think China's going to be willing to do it too. We can't let nuclear weapons proliferate. We have to stop nuclear weapons. The power is too great. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, it's so many words. I was thinking the same thing just now. He said so many things that are fucking wrong, like
trade deal that's
or just not full story. Like even in that fucking past like 5 minutes there's like 5 different things that are inaccurate.
tend to focus on the
or not full information.
and create jobs as well. So I'd like to know the opinions of both, how to get a beneficial outcomes for both countries through this deal.
Well, we're going to get along great because we really sort of need each other. We love what they do. We love their product. We love their ships. We love a lot of the things that they make. And they love what we have. We're dealing with them on Alaska having to do with the oil. You need oil and we have it. So we have a big advantage in that way. We have more oil and gas and coal and energy than any other country in the world by far. No, for whatever reason, God was very good to us. He gave us the greatest. We didn't use it. We started to use wind. Wind doesn't work. They started to use solar panels that took over the land all over the Midwest, where the farmers said, what happened to my land? They'd have a 10-mile by 10-mile solar field that they couldn't farm. The most valuable farming land in the world, probably the most vibrant in the world. And they put solar plants all over the place. It's ridiculous. Big, massive black fields of solar that all comes out of China, or plastic, all comes out of China. But we have the greatest amount of energy in the world, and we're dealing with South Korea, as you know, in Alaska, and we're going to be making a deal, a joint venture with South Korea. Japan is involved also, very strongly involved. So we have Japan and South Korea, and we're actually the closest. It seems like quite far away, Alaska, but actually it's right up the little ocean, right up the little Pacific Ocean. It's actually pretty close, relatively speaking. But we have more oil and gas and coal than any other nation in the world by far, and we're going to use it. And that's the thing that South Korea, I think, most wants from us, I would think.
Mr. President, would you go back to the DMZ to meet with the North Korean leader?
Say it?
Would you go back to the DMZ to meet with the North Korean leader?
I loved it. Remember when I walked across the line and everyone went crazy? Especially Secret Service, I would say they were crazy. And I looked into those windows, the windows, the glass, that you could only see if you looked direct, because there was all sorts of stuff. But I looked in and I saw more rifles pointing at me than you could. There were a lot of rifles in that building. The Secret Service was not happy. You know the buildings I'm talking about? The two blue buildings on each side. And I walked up the middle and I looked in the window and I saw more guns in that room than I've ever seen in my life. I looked at the other side and it was the same thing. And yet I felt safe. I felt safe because I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. I hope it stays that way. I think it will.
It's such a fucking
relationship. I understand him. I spent a lot of free time.
Imagine doing like an oil deal with Russia and Texas.
And
well, we gave Texas the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America.
Tremendous potential.
Is it possible you meet him this year or maybe next year?
Well,
like being a Texan here and that shit, he'd be fucking ready to snap.
President Xi would like me to come to China. It's a very important relationship. As you know, we're taking a lot of money in from China because of the tariffs and the different things, and it's a very important relationship. We're going to get along good with China. I hear so many stories about we're not going to allow their students. We're going to allow their students to come in.
What are you talking about?
It's very important. But we're going to get along with China. But it's a different relationship that we have now with China. It's a much better relationship economically.
We're going to let all their students into our university system. We're about nuclear war with these guys. And
you know, they took them to the cleaners. I'm sure they have equal expression in South Korea, but they took that guy out for a ride like
all right.
Never been ridden before.
We're kicking them all out. We're going to let them all back in.
Very strong relationship, Howard.
All right.
Economically with China now, getting much better.
It's all these bad countries' students are at our big universities like UCLA, Columbia, Harvard. We're going to kick them all out.
You're not going to have a problem.
No. Now we're going to let them all back in. Okay. Okay.
Sort of took a monopoly of the world's magnets, and nobody needed to convince everybody.
I don't. Yeah. Even if you like them, it's so fucking all over the place. I'm just like.
It'll take us probably a year to have them. We're heavy into the world of magnets.
You got to keep like a running list of what he's for and against on that day, so you can argue it with people.
We have a powerful thing. It's airplane parts. They have many Boeing jets. You know, they had 200 jets that didn't fly. And I sent them all, based on his word, I sent them all of the parts so their planes can fly. I could have held them back. I didn't do that because of the relationship I have. And their planes are now flying. You know, we had 200 of their planes were unable to fly because we were not giving them Boeing parts purposely, because they weren't giving us magnets. Therefore, we weren't giving them. But we have a much more powerful thing, that's tariffs. If we wanted to put 100%, 200% tariffs on, we wouldn't do any business with China. And, you know, it would be okay, too, if we had to. But the magnet situation, we have tremendous power over them, and they have some power over us with magnets. We're going to have a lot of magnets in a pretty short period of time. In fact, we'll have so many we won't know what to do with them. But
yeah,
it's a very interesting history with magnets, and it really is because president.
It's like some Strom Thurmond shit, isn't it? Who just sits there and fucking blows hot air all day long.
But we have much more. I mean, look, in terms of,
get him in Congress.
we have much
Trump for Congress.
But
we need to do a filibuster, bro. Can you just go out there and just spin bullshit everywhere?
probably during this year or shortly thereafter, we'll go to China.
Be careful here. We're losing support. Just a note.
It's a great country.
Mr. President, on the National Guard.
Watch out. They're gonna try to plunge us down here. Be careful.
Either this year or next year. Could you?
I started adding in here, but this looks pretty bearish on an intraday. Be very careful. They're gonna try to red dog this thing down.
We'll save energy. We'll save
Dealers. Dealers.
You know, the ozone layer. Remember, President?
Watch out for a fast plunge.
Ozone layer, and then they'd fly to Hawaii to play around again.
Nvidia is showing a second leg down on a corrective move on the intraday.
Invitation, Mr.
중국에서 만약
Well, I was sort of meant jokingly, but if you want, you can come.
대통령하고 같이 가면 좋겠습니다.
If you're long, pull the plug.
Do I accept? Does he accept? If you want to go, I'm going to get special permission. I'm sure you can go, but we're going to have a great relationship with China. I mean, it's happening. You see it. It's happening. They have some cards. We have incredible cards, but I don't want to play those cards. If I played those cards, that would destroy China. I'm not going to play those cards.
Mr. President, on the National Guard, you've talked a lot about Democratic-run cities and states. Would you also consider sending the National Guard into red states and red cities that are also seeing high crime?
Sure, but there aren't that many of them. If you look at the top 25 cities for crime, just about every one of those cities is run by Democrats. And you know, one of the bad things they did, cashless bail, if you look back on time, when they allowed a murderer out that afternoon, you know, he'd kill somebody and then a couple of hours later he's walking the streets again, oftentimes killing again rapidly. Cashless bail is a disaster. You saw we had a news conference today on that. We're wiping it out in D.C., immediately wiping it out. It started in New York, I must tell you, and it's been a horrible thing for crime, especially violent crime. So we're going to end cashless bail, yes. Thank you.
When will you deploy to Chicago, and how long are you keeping troops here in Washington, D.C.?
Discussion. I really want to be appreciated. You know, when we go into a city and wipe out the crime, so D.C., it sounds so horrible. I'm embarrassed to say it in front of you because they don't have anything like this. Washington, D.C., sir, has not had a murder in 11 days. Now, he's saying that's a horrible thing to hear.
Dude, there hasn't been a soul. Dude, they got them all sitting on the mall.
But Washington, D.C., if you go back and check, it's been many years since we went a week without having a murder.
No, they have the lowest crime rate in years already before you got there. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know why? Because we have a friendly neighbor. We have more friendly neighbors. You have a different kind of problem. We all have different problems.
Oh.
Washington, D.C. is a very safe city right now. People are going out to dinner.
No, it was safe before you sent the guard there. Now the guard is sitting literally on the National Mall, bro. There's no murders in the National Mall. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? I yesterday on Twitter, I was like, we need a show like Ryan Seacrest. Like Ryan Seacrest in, Ryan Seacrest out, and like just like man on the street interviews of National Guardsmen.
It's gotten better for 30 years. It's gotten better. No, it's gotten worse. And the worst day of all was when we just got to office for the second time. and it's in very bad shape. So the mayor shouldn't be saying
It's like creating a problem that isn't there and then claiming that you fixed it.
much worse.
That's exactly what it is you're doing right now, bro. Stop that.
Minor things made it a little bit better, but
I think they think that nobody knows.
people getting killed.
That's what I think that he thinks.
Not had a murder in 11 days. It sounds crazy. I hate to say this in front of this gentleman who I respect, because they don't have murders for years. But we have not had a murder in 11 days, and that's going to go on for a long time. And it will be, I guess, it'll happen a little bit, but we have a very safe city. This is one of the safer cities right now in the country, and in a short period of time, it'll be like the border. Nobody came in through our border. For the last 90 days, 3 months, we had 0 illegal aliens from the country.
Zero.
South America, from
Zero South America. 0 illegal immigrants. Okay. Okay, dokie.
and this is done by a liberal group, a liberal think tank. They do the work. Not one person has come into our country. Think of that. It's been amazing. And I didn't have to go back to Congress and ask. Biden could have done this by himself. I did. I said, close the borders. We had the great Tom Homan. We had Christie, as you know, Christie Noem, who did a fantastic job. She's doing a fantastic job. Pete Hegseth has been incredible with the, as I call it, the Department of War. You know, we call it the Department of Defense, but between us, I think we're going to...
He is charismatic. I don't disagree with that. I'm with that. I get it. Democrats only wish they had a Trump. Trust me. Wish.
The World War I, World War II,
Wish they had a Trump.
the Department of War. And to me, that's what it is. Its defense is a part of that. But I have a feeling we're going to be changing. I'm talking to the people. Everybody likes that. We had an unbelievable history of victory when it was Department of War. Then we changed it to Department of Defense. So that's a little...
I don't trust this still here. Just a heads up.
It's something that I think you're going to be hearing about.
I'm watching tech right now, and it ain't looking pretty. This is not bullish. Trust me. There ain't no bullish trade. None of this is bullish.
Well, I know it is 2 Koreas. I mean, there was one Korea. It was a very large country and a very powerful country.
They're trying to correct him right now.
That went to war with China. President Xi explained it. Went to war with China many times over the last 2,000 years. He had many, I think he told me 51 times. So I remember I went to President Xi. I said, we're having a problem with North Korea. Straighten it out, would you please? He said, well, we have been to war with them. And I think he said 50.
He knows he's caught right now. He's like, oh, fuck. What did I just say 5 minutes ago? I got to check.
Not going to be that easy. I guess you're right. But, you had one Korea, and it was a very big, powerful nation. Now you have 2 big, powerful nations.
Oh, right there. There it is.
Essentially a wall in between.
Right there.
Comments,
right there.
Post and comments you made on South Korea early this morning, like raids on churches, going into U.S. military base, purge, revolution. How do you think about it? And 이재명 대통령께도 질문드리겠는데요.
So, if you don't know this, South and North Korea want reunification. You guys, if you don't know about this, I'll explain it to you. So, North South Korea want reunification no matter what. The U.S. has a large presence in South Korea, not just for security, but for the regional security.
We'll talk about that later. I could ask you now if you want.
Mr. President, what
Now, if you go to South Korea,
It didn't sound to me.
U.S. is not well liked, or occupation is not well liked, and there's fear. I don't know what I should say, public or not, on this subject, but the biggest danger to U.S. security in South Korea is reunification. Now, Trump's not saying that, but I'll tell you. The truth is that the U.S., the greatest threat to U.S. security in South Korea is reunification. And the larger danger is similar to what happened in West and East Berlin, where you open up the border and allow that reunification to take place with civilians. You might not want to hear this, but this is the truth. So if you have that happen, the problem with it is you can't stop it. as a military presence, you can't stop it. There's nothing that you can do. It's one of the biggest dangers to
National Assembly.
strategic positioning for a nation.
Jack Smith playing They took him from.
And then there's the second fallout, which is reunification of the country, no matter what the outcome is, kicking the U.S. out.
Go ahead.
We don't need you any longer here. Get the fuck out, regardless of outcomes.
Maybe I'm not.
So it's in the U.S. interest for, believe it or not, for that country not to reunify, even though he's saying that he wants to see reunification. That's not true. I promise you, it's not true at all.
American bases, but they looked into the chain of command and the control system of the Korean military.
Right.
And I would be happy.
Nvidia is recovering again.
During our lunch meeting.
I am sure it's a misunderstanding, but you know there is a rumor going around about churches raiding churches. So we'll talk. I'm sure that's going to be.
If we get another down move, it should be fast. Be ready to buy it, like wham wham, right back up. If we even get it.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about what is going on in.
Nvidia trying to fight its way back right now.
What you know.
Still not quite there yet.
Do you agree with that?
So I mean I deal with Bibi Netanyahu quite a bit. And we had great success, obviously, in Iran. We knocked out their nuclear threat. That would have been a horror show having them have a nuclear weapon. They would have used it, too. We did very well there. Right now, they're talking about Gaza City. There's always talking about something. At some point, it's going to get settled. And I'm saying you better get it settled soon. You have to get it settled soon. And that means, you know, nobody can forget October 7th. People forget October 7th. That was one of the most brutal. I've seen some terrible things, some brutal things. That was about as bad as it gets. And nobody can forget that. With that being said, it's got to get over with. It's got to get over with because between the hunger and all of the other problems, worse than hunger, death, pure death, people being killed. And, you know, I'm the one that brought back the hostages, and I did it with that gentleman right there, Steve Witkoff, and with Marco. All of us, the whole team, we work together. Even the trade people work.
Just looking for a rejection on NVDA right now.
Now we're left with, would you say 20, Steve, or would you say it's less than 20?
I hope it's 20.
He hopes it's 20 because some could be dead. That's what he means, I assume. So we have 20, but there's rumors that some could be dead. It's a terrible situation over there. Terrible, terrible situation. But it's coming to a head. It's coming to an end.
Dude, puts are 70 cents right now. I can't even grab some puts here.
Over there just recently.
Too expensive puts.
I don't even know if people know it. We distributed ourselves.
Not willing to buy puts here.
A lot of money on food, getting it over there. We have
Not even willing to trade 70-cent puts for 0 dates. No interest in them.
a lot of food.
For me.
A lot of it over to Gaza, and we're feeding a lot of people. But with all of that being said, it's a lot of people to feed. And I think that we will have, I think within the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to have pretty good conclusive ending. And it's a hard thing to say because they've been fighting for thousands of years, if you want to know. That's been a hotbed forever. But I think we're doing a very good job. But it does have to end. But people can't forget October 7th either.
Do you plan to attend APEC summit to be held in Korea?
Summit in South Korea?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd love to.
November.
I'd love to. Last time I spoke in front of your parliament, and I love doing that. Beautiful respect they had for our country, and a beautiful room. I remember how beautiful it was, and I enjoyed doing it. No, I could see going. I think I'm going for a trade meeting to South Korea pretty soon. You're hosting a trade meeting. So I can sneak away from that trade meeting and we'll go and do something for the president if he'd like me to do that, okay? But so we'll be going there fairly soon. You know about that?
If you attend, then it's a good chance to meet up Kim Jong-un again, or maybe Xi Jinping. Then how about, how do you think of it?
You mean set them up together?
Yes.
That'd be interesting. We'll arrange a meeting.
NVDA is still fighting back right now, not losing bid here. They're buying every fucking dip here, every dip being bought.
I don't know where that question is leading. Anyway, look, I get along great with Kim Jong-un, and if whatever I can do having to do with South Korea and getting people together, you should get together, right? Yes, ma'am.
Bear cross above, bear plane.
Be the
about Masca project? Masca project.
Make great again.
Shipbuilding.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We're going to do that.
Yeah.
I think we're going to do that very strongly. We're going to have a big, within a period of, it takes a while. That's a hard one to start. Some companies you can start easily. Shipbuilding's a tough one to start, but we'll be doing that. Now, with that being said,
No new low so far.
we make submarines, and we're 25 years ahead of anybody else in submarines. So we do that, we do that. But we really gave up the shipbuilding industry foolishly many years ago. But we're gonna start it up again. We're gonna be making our own ships again soon. Okay, how about one or two more?
Presser's almost over here.
From Friday, have you been briefed
I
on
have
that?
not been briefed. No, I read it just like you did. I was never a fan of his. I thought he was stupid. I thought he was
Who?
a guy that only wanted to go into war. He liked killing people. I thought he was essentially a bad guy, but I'm not involved in that. No, you'd have to ask Pam Bondi about that.
Are more raids coming, sir? Are more raids like that coming, sir? Are more raids like the one on John Bolton's house coming?
More raids? I don't know. You'd have to ask the...
NVDA trapping in sellers right now.
They did a big raid on my house. They took away everything that wasn't pinned down, and they took away some of that, too. No, they...
I'm trying to add here again.
These were bad people that we had in our government before. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They went into my wife's area. They went into my son's area.
Try it again, so we can buy this.
What they did was a disgrace. But how did it work out? I see. We're in the overall. Oh, I guess it didn't work out too well for them, did it? They are bad people. They're sick. They're sick people. And they came in with their guns into Mar-a-Lago, and like 98 people. I wasn't there. Fortunately, I wasn't there. But they are very evil, very sick people, that group. And if they would have won the election, this country wouldn't exist as we know it. This country would.
God, look at Nvidia, just doesn't fucking care.
And now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. We are the hottest country in the world by far. Okay, another question. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. President Lee met with the Japanese Prime Minister before this summit.
That's good.
So, is there something to discuss regarding the cooperation among the South Korea, U.S., and Japan?
Let's listen to this closely.
Look, Japan is a great ally of us, and I had a little bit of a hard time getting you two together because you're still thinking about comfort women, right?
What the fuck?
Was comfort women, and I thought that was settled a few times over the decades, but there is an overlapping problem with that. Perhaps.
Dude, that shit's been worked on for decades upon decades, and you're saying like you're trying to rehash that hate.
Comfort women, very specifically, we
What the fuck?
And that was a very big problem for Korea, not for Japan. Japan wanted to go. They want to get on, but Korea was very stuck on that. You understand? So I don't know. Perhaps you'd like to answer. It's a good question. It was hard getting Japan and Korea together.
She's like, what are you talking about, right? Don't bring that up in this conversation. Like, that is not appropriate.
Japan wants to do it, I can say. Korea is a little bit more tenuous, please.
Oh, we know what he's talking about. He's trying. Like, this is not good.
우리
like this.
협력은 매우 중요한 과제고 한미 관계의 발전을 위해서도 한일 관계가 어느 정도.
Like, what was he doing?
Trilateral cooperation among Korea, the U.S., and Japan is a very...
Korean translators like, what the fuck is he talking about? He wants us to discuss this right now?
The Korea-U.S. relationship as well.
그래서 대통령께서 한미일 협력을 매우 중시하고 계시기 때문에 제가 대통령을 뵙기 전에 미리 일본과 만나서 대통령께서 걱정하실 문제를 다 미리 정리했다 이렇게 생각합니다.
Here, I'll move that in front of me.
Because I know that President Trump, that you put emphasis on trilateral cooperation.
Right.
I made a visit to Japan before coming to the U.S. to settle the difficult issues that.
Dude, look at Nvidia on a 15-minute basis. They just don't care.
Wants to get along very well with.
Nvidia's like, we're gonna moon.
And I find them to be great people.
All I want is one big red bar down, like reversal, like this.
Get along with with South Korea, and you have something in common. You know, you want to solve the North Korea problem. But Japan very much wants to get along with you, and I'm sure they will. I find the people that I deal with to be wonderful people, as I do with you.
한국과 마찬가지입니다. 이번에 일본에 가서 이시바 총리를 만났을 때 그 전에 우리가 가지고 있던 여러 장애 요소들이 많이 제거됐다고 생각이 듭니다.
So when I visited Japan and met with Prime Minister Ishiba, I realized that many of the obstacles that existed between our two countries have now been removed.
True. During my term. We removed them during my term. There was an overlay a little bit, but we removed many of those obstacles during my term. And, you know, if you look at Prime Minister Abe, who was a great man, he was a great friend of mine, and he was assassinated. But he felt very warmly toward your country, I can tell you that. And the current Prime Minister, who I've gotten to know very well, feels the same way. So I think you're going to have a great relationship with Japan. Steve, go ahead.
Just to close the loop on Gaza, is there a diplomatic push underway to try to get all this to end?
Oh, there's a diplomatic push?
No, is there?
There has been, yeah, sure. Right now, Steve, I would say very serious diplomatic push. Marco or Steve? Marco, do you want to answer that first?
Yeah, it's never stopped. We've always looked to find a solution there. Ultimately, as the president said, we want it to end. It has to end with no Hamas.
Thank you, sir. Steve, where are we?
I would say that we wouldn't be anywhere but for the president's truth last week, which was a statement to Hamas that they better get their act together and get to the peace table. But for that, it would have been all stalled. So, as usual, he is the man who moves it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Thank you. Straight out the door. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Thanks, guys. Tails, let's go.
All right, so there you have it. We are hearing that the media is being ushered out there from the Oval Office. That was President Trump and South Korean President, Lee, speaking for quite some time there inside the Oval Office.
Okay, so that was a little insane. I would still rate that probably one of the lesser insane meetings, even though it was insane. That was pure insanity. It was insane. You definitely like comfort women is a very sensitive subject for both Korea as a whole, or separate, but all of Korea and Japan, and it's something that has taken many decades to work through for, and in China too, to some extent. There's China was involved in all of that too, and it was horrific. If you don't know anything about it, you can look it up. If you've never heard of it, it was brutality in all of Eastern Asia. But even just that commentary, if I was South Korean, I'd be like, oh, fuck, what did he just say? And we got to remember, too, that they're all high context speakers, where the U.S. is not. That was a prime example of low context U.S. speaking versus high context speaking. So that can be very jarring to a high context speaking society. I'm assuming that, of course, their diplomats know this already. But for a normal, everyday South Korean, it'd probably be like, whoa, hearing that just then. Or even Japan or China to that extent. Like, that was crazy. But they're aware of that too, that we're very low context speakers. We say a lot of shit that we don't mean. You know what that means? It means that we talk, and then there's only one nugget of what's important in that as an American, specifically as an American. We're still bleeding right now. I'm watching. Let me just show you this really quick so you can see where we are. Let's go down to the bottom right-hand side of our screen here. And I want to show you this. This is Nvidia, by the way. So you see weakness right now in SPY. And you can see Nvidia attempting to turn around. to the upside right now. Here's NVDA. Personally, I'd like to see the turn down. I'd like to see the just on a like intraday basis. I would like to see it just intraday, just like maybe half of this, and then up. But no one cares. They're just buying any weakness here. You can kind of see it. This is a 15-minute basis, but you can see that like they bought this, they bought this, they bought this. If you're looking for a dip to buy in Nvidia, it could be lower. That's more importantly what I want to show you. Let me see if I can put this on an hour really quick. So you can kind of see that equal leg thing, right? You guys know about the bat wings. I like to call them a bunch of different things. See it right there. Very common. And we all know, I think, to some extent that. Let me just bring that over there. We all know to some extent that there's going to be some sort of like up, down. Try to catch this high right here, then down, right? Then try to catch that high. That's right there. Then down. Just grinding, right? It's pretty much what it is. So just be aware of that grinding. If we're going to switch back really quick to the main screen right here so you can see SPY as on its way down here. So I don't know if I'd take this as truly bearish. It's more just look for a dip to jump in on and buy to go higher. Dealers trying to murder the chain, of course, as we grind higher and higher and higher and higher. There's a little red buyer down here if you want to see it right in there. That's the target. You can see us. We'll head all the way down here in SPY. And we'll look for a dip buy down here. I bought some here. I'm going to add some here and here. And not for today, of course, this is for tomorrow to go higher. Keep watching this closely, right? Well, we'll stay here for a minute so you can see it. I'm just adding in here. Add a bunch more as we hit this red bar down here. Fairly close to the end here, almost there. Hourly trigger's rolling over, but the half hour is still pretty strong here, so I'm not going to give up on this just yet. We're going to go down and look at, hold on a second here. Let's go look at this NVDA over here. So, there's a couple things you want some takeaways here from NVDA. First one is, this is the high right here. And you want to be paying it closer attention to. Let me just show you this. Just stay with me here on this. So you're kind of looking for just that tick right there. That's it. That's all you're looking for. Let me see if I make this bigger so you can see it. You're just looking for this tick. And the reason that you're looking for that tick is you don't care what happens down here. You don't care if it's just down here to go higher. Let me just draw this in better. Like you want to see that tick, sweep lower, see that tick, sweep lower, right? And you can just see this range expansion. So if you're on like buying dips on NVDA, it's probably lower. But more importantly, I want you to pay close attention to whenever these new highs are not made, because that would alter the outcome of NVDA. You want to see consistently like take out that high, take out that high, take out that high up there. And if you don't see that at any point, be concerned. So if you're trading NVDA, you're watching for that, of course. In particular, in this case, I would like to see this. I'd like to see that tick. and then some type of a swoop down at 180, 179 for the next trade higher. So, and I would personally like that one. And then I would like to see another one, believe it or not, maybe even all the way down here. Something more like that. Now, just close this really quick. We got to look at a few things here with NVDA. We're going to look on a one-day basis. Just move this over. We really don't care about any of that. We're going to look at velocity. We're going to close that up. And I want to show you something important here. So on a daily basis, we're in accumulation. That's positive. On a weekly, this looks outstanding for weekly closes, like Friday closes, 0 to 8 Mafia on Fridays. Looks outstanding. We are topping in the long term, but that's of no consequence today. On a 30-minute basis, this is where we get more important. And this is the one thing I'm hoping this shows. You can kind of see like the buy this morning on the half-hour basis. Buy, maybe one more rip higher. But I also want you to see this here. This is showing a roll coming up. Okay. Now remember, we've got their earnings on the 27th, right? So the Rampo-Rama in Nvidia early. So just knowing that they've got their earnings, you could have some kind of a situation where we're like up here fucking around, up here fucking around, up here fucking around, up here fucking around. And then there is some kind of a sell the news after their event. There is some kind of a limited upside expectation, and then some kind of fade after we get to their ER. Okay? So we don't know if they're going to price that in early or later. We don't know what the end result is going to be. We don't know if it's going to be something like this. Where we're like ramp, right? Ramp, right? Ramp. And then booms your squeeze. Becomes sell the news anyways, wherever that high is on NVDA. Now, I showed you this like bloodbath down here to go higher. This is possible today or tomorrow, so just be aware of that too. There could be a lower dip buy even if you wanted to take that trade higher. That there is potential for that kind of a plunge at some point. So what you do is you just stay here in NVDA with your catcher's mitt and stay down here, here. Any of that kind of nonsense between now and their ER to get long. And note to take profit every time we hit one of these things up here. Cha-ching, take the money. Cha-ching, take the money. If we're following the 1 and 5 minute trigger, you're fine over here. If you want my expectations, most of you probably already know my expectations. If you're a pro trader with us, we cover NVDA 2 to 3 times a day. Let me say that again too. If you're trading like big tech, Mag 7, any of that kind of stuff, right? We give you updates all day long on expectations and alter them if we see anything crazy that we're like, oh my God, I didn't know this was going to happen, or there's a binary event that sends it lower, or something like that we're not expecting. But I do want to talk to you about NVDA really quick. Just a few notes. So this is an accumulation on NVDA. From all the way right down at, no, a little bit lower than that. We're in an accumulation phase right now. I'll make that green. From right about here. So accumulation from 169.44. So just so you can see it, we're accumulating here. So bullish in context, right? Bullish in context. We're not in distribution right now for NVDA. We're in accumulation. And puts are too expensive. Calls are dirt cheap. The way is higher. For right now, nothing's changed on that. And then I want to talk to you about this. Let's go see this right here. Hold on. No, hold on here. I'm gonna get rid of this. Monday 1600. That's what I would like to see. And then I would like to see a plunge. There's the daily, there's the 4 hour, there's the 1 day in the daily. Let me check this really quick. There's the sweep down there. So on this one here, I want to show you this in particular, okay? Right about there. Okay. I think this is where I'm at for their earnings, okay? One thing to note here would be, there's a few notes here. Note that this is in a dotted line here. None of this is required. The target's up here somewhere. But as a buyer, I would like to sit lower to buy this. Maybe this is before their event. And I want to, if I can, let me see if I can draw this for you. Okay, so, okay, cool. So, there's a few things I want to talk to you about here, if possible. You know, this could become an operation like this where you just grind, and then you get the dump and rip. Is possible too. That's a possible outcome. It's time or price. So you can see that right there. I do like the idea of some kind of news dropping today I'd really like to see this pop. I'd really like to see like pop up into the close today. You know, end the day, come into some doom on Tuesday. Like a quick rip down, and then we go higher. That's what I would like. I'm going to assume that. I'm going to assume that probably the street is feeling the same thing on this. They're not going to start any longs. I mean, you can intraday this shit, but I would assume that if the street wanted to buy it, it's probably down here before we get to their ER. If you're going to add anything, so just be noteworthy of that. This does not have to happen. We come in here, hit all this stuff early, and then they exit early the event, the ER, and then we come bloodbath down here and then up. Be aware of that too. You can start positions here on, let's say you're like, hey Cap, we're just gonna go higher, bro, and we're just gonna crank all this out, get it all done, higher. That's fine. You can start a position here. If you lose it, you just have stops underneath here, and if we bled down, you reestablish the position down here. If that makes any sense to you. It is showing more uppies into their event, but my one fear here, if I had one fear here, let me just check this really quick. When I see this upside action up here, I'm assuming that that's the thesis, right? Even if we plunge, doesn't matter, just higher. Trading 200. We did fail 185, so the target would be extremely high if they have a good ER. You know that they're going to then test 200 more than likely. And it might take some time. Might take until September 2nd to get there. If we get a good ER, I would expect us to hit the 190 and then fade that and then come back for the second up here, just so you can see the second in here, just like you get the ramp. And that, maybe not that deep, but that's the second to hit the 200. I would expect like $200 on September 2nd. Okay. Maybe not all at once. I can't tell if it's going to be before though. If we go straight up to $200 or something on their ER, we could probably fade into the 2nd of September if they do it early. If they wait until Monday, it would be the break higher to 190, 250, back down, and then you get your 200 on September 2. I am overall bullish on this stock going up into their ER. I'm overall bullish on a payout into September 2nd to print $200. So just the only thing to say here, the only thing I've got left to add in this is if at any point if any point you see any kind of nonsense like this, you're Johnny on the spot. That Johnny on the spot is 175.18, 173.41. Anything down in here, you're a fucking buyer down here. So remember, this is dotted line. This is a solid line right here. That's a solid line right there. Price target by September 2nd, $200. For a monster end of season print up here. I know. I know that you guys don't think so. You guys are the one thing I would say in this too is there's some caveats here. I wouldn't be, hey, I'm going to buy 200 C's. I wouldn't be doing that. I'd do something more in the money. If we up here at 190, 250, you can even rein in your bets slightly out of the money, 188. And then you take the money and run on this one, pull back, and then you enter again for the next trip to 200. I think that's fine too, managing your trades. I wouldn't be putting anything on 200 flat. It would be like 180. I should lower this so you guys don't say Cap said this. 198.50 would be appropriate, and I would still rein in your trades. What I got going on here? Sorry, I just got to watch my positioning here. You get what I'm saying in here? Any kind of nonsense like this, buy it. You might say to me like, Cap, there's no way this happens. I've seen it happen too many times. Now, there's one last thing I want to say about this because of positioning. Here is the second, right? Here's the second, 1600. There's one last thing I want to talk to you about your positioning here, okay? Listen to me closely on this. And just to protect you, okay? And this is very common with Nvidia, Avgo, all of these tickers. It's like classic fake out, right? Hold on a second here. Just one more consideration for you. September OPEX is the 19th. Let me go to an hour basis on this. September 16th is OPEX. But more importantly, forget September OPEX for a minute here, okay? We historically, you have everybody's same trade, right? Like everybody's long Nvidia, right? So you get like this here, you get this up here, maybe this into the second, let's say. And then let's say we start fading this rally, because we're in this like OPEX, right, channel. It's like up here, right, then down here. Then we get cut loose. My point is, if you wanted that big 200 print, the next thing you could be thinking about would be, well, Cap's saying 200 up here. Why not just get 200 calls and put them into December or January, February? So if you get like trapped in, any of that stuff, you're not sweating it. It's like a 200 Cs for January, February print. I haven't looked at them yet, but just be aware of it. There's some kind of a trap in here now, or there's some kind of a trap in here as we get to September 2. If you look back on prior summers with Nvidia, Avgo, any of that kind of stuff, this is a very common pattern for them to not print until we get into the later part of the year. So remember what I just said to you on this. If there's any part of this Nvidia review that you should take away from this, it's that you could easily be strapped in and not find that print until November, December, January, February. So just be aware of it, okay? There's definitely a bull trap here. Not necessarily saying we're not going to go to 200. And it has nothing to do with great Nvidia. It has everything to do with the options market. That's it. It's the only thing I want to say on that. That they're not going to want to print your shit for you unless we get renewed call buying. Now that is there. We're in a low participation week, so you can if they say AI, Gen AI 10 times, and they get renewed buying on their ER, and dealers come and have to chase them, there can be a squeeze. But just if you want the cleanness of the trade, I would still be looking down here between now and the weakest time of the year. So just hang out down here. Even if you miss the trade and they rip this up into their ER, you can still be hanging out down here and, catch that nice fat ride up into the end of the year. And not only that, you can see down here, this is where those traders are. These traders are below. They're right here. They're right here. And there's a gap down below over here. So, you get some blood down here and you get to the end of the, or not, maybe not there, but let me rechange that. You get the buyers here, and you get the buyers here. Now let's say they give you a lower high over here, right? And then all of a sudden it becomes, shit, we should have bought the dip down here on the gap. And this is the real dip buy for February. 168 is about the place. 168, 164. If you're looking for a major dip buy, it's probably down here, and maybe not in the 5th, 6th, but like the end of September, September 30th, maybe down there. Just think about that, okay? This is definitely a possible outcome. on NVDA. I can't say don't do this here, but just keep it in mind that you might not see that 200 print. That 198 print could be more elusive than you think. If you look at it over here, you take all your money, take all your money. The real trade is over there. Now, maybe you get a little bit of this trade over there. Let's just be aware of that. What else I got for you on NVDA? I think that's it on NVDA. Just be aware of this down here too. It's like blooding right into their earnings to be classic. Just classic. Just keep your eyes on it. If you're trying to get long on NVDA into Wednesday, I would say as long as this support holds 180, as long as it holds, just tee off on it. If we lose 180, you're looking lower into their earnings. Now, right here. This right here. There are certainly some dips to be bought in Nvidia. That's true. I don't care if we even trade 200. What I just showed you, there are dips to be bought between now and October, lower, I think. It looks like there's dips to be bought lower. And it's not today, but, like October, mid-September, late September, September OPEX, quarterly OPEX on the market. I think it's September 19th of September. I'll tell you the truth. I think we're on fire burning on that OPEX in September. I am not with SpotGam on this. I disagree respectfully. I do disagree. I don't think we're on a high then. Maybe. I don't think so. I think we're out of here. I think the Tuesday, it matters where price is, but if we're on a major high on September 2nd, I would get the fuck out. If it was me. And I'm really afraid of not afraid, but I don't know if it's afraid or concerned, but there's a quarterly magnet way lower, like 5940 on SPX. That's like looming in the background. So it seems like this would be a prime trap here for anyone trying to get long unless it's like 0 dates, 1 dates, that kind of stuff. There's a trap building between now and like the 2nd, regardless of what highs we show, and they're going to try to plunge us to the downside into September OPEX and probably the first week of October. So just be aware of it. We can still put in all-time highs again. Just be aware that it's there. The big giant sucking sound is there. Be hedged. Even if you're trading it up, be hedged for it. I'm serious. Move that one over there for that downside move. Slide that one over there. You can see it. Somewhere over there. Just be conscious of it. If you want to know what I think about it, I think it's fine to trade. I think it's fine to trade like this 642, 640 up. But we're gonna roll. There's no support. We are on support. We start losing the support. Seatbelts. I don't know if it's all bull, no bear. I don't know if I agree with that. I know 5940. It's down there. It's waving its hand at us. I'm telling you. It'll be fast too. It'll be if we do it, it'll be fast. It'll be like nobody's business. Just keep buying these dips until if we start to lose support, I'll tell you. Just be like, we're losing support. The buyers are still here. If we hit the right highs, I'll let you know. That's that simple. It is a short week, so I mean, think about this. Today's Monday, right? We didn't get a lot of time. We got like today till the 2nd. We got a week to go up, so we'll know. We're gonna know quick. I hope the retailers can do it. I think they can. If they can get some good volatility, good events, good reads, if they can, if retail can wrangle dealers on their side, like ramping buying at the same time, and you pull like 20, or I think dealers are 18 or 15% of the market, somewhere in there. You can get them on your side as a retailer because you're like 20-25% of the market, and if the banks aren't trying to close their positions all at once and they're waiting till they get back, you can manipulate the market higher. I'm with you on that trade. I get it. I see it. I just want to give you all outcomes. I hate when people come back and say, well, you never said this. And I'm like, I did. I told you where the risk was. And they're like, no. Or they only want to consume the, hey, we're going to trade $200, and they disregard everything else that you said. Like, hey, you got to be buying it from here, and you got to put stops underneath. You got to manage the trade lower. They just want like the Furu shit. And I'm not your Furu. I never will. But let's tell you what the truth is, where everything is, where the risk is, and where the longs are, that kind of stuff. Let me see if I can find. Let me just check on VolWiz really quick. Let me see if I can find him, because he can describe this to you too. When I haven't checked his recent letter, I'll look at his letter and see what he has to say about it. He's been talking about this Spot Gamma thing for weeks now too, but I don't know if it's exactly what Spot Gamma is saying. We'll just take a quick peek, see if he's around. Yeah, he's not here. He's around. He's still gone today. Hold on a minute here. He's out spending that fucking money he made. He crushed it. He fucking crushed the downside move. Almost tip to toe. Like, I want to say it was point to point. He was like, I made so much fucking money, I'm going to go away for a little while. And I'm like, what are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to spend some money. I think he paid off his golf membership. He was like, my wife was so happy I had a bunch of money to pay off my golf membership. And I'm like, fuck yeah. So he's probably enjoying himself right now. No stress. Hold on a second here. Let me just look at a few other things here. I posted for you the critical minerals link. So I know you guys were looking at MP and a couple of those companies. I posted those in the Discord for you. Just see here. GS is addressing pullbacks right now. So I'm going to post this for you right now inside the Discord. I think that this falls in line to some extent with what I'm telling you about NVDA and this plateau that we're on. GS on pullbacks the beginning of last week on our desk saw volumes in line with the prior week, but we saw a slight decline on Friday with the broader market moving higher post Powell comments. Volumes in our desk last week finished 0.6 times versus 2024 year to date ADV and 0.8 times versus 2023. Skewed towards healthcare, fintech, and consumer discretionary. We are still in an estimated open window through 9/14, which falls in line with the 9/19 OPEX. During open window, we expect companies to use their discretion to place buyback orders when they feel the price makes sense. We estimate greater or less than 92% currently in open window, with greater or less than 94% in open window by end of the week. As blackout approaches, we will start to see companies enter into a 10B5-1 plans that allow them to purchase through blackout windows. So they're looking for prints higher. That's good, right? Either through the 2nd or into OPEX on the 19th. Remember that date, too. I want you to remember that 9/14 date. That's also an important date. What else do I have for you guys here? Just check back here. Let me just read let me give you this one right here. I agree with this, but when is, context matters in this next one. This one says, by the way, I'm long here if you want to know. I've been buying this whole thing. This whole down move, I'm buying this right here. Like I bought this. I have not added there, but I will add right there. Just as a heads up to you. This next one says, looking at past rebounds from prior lows in our US TPM level, i.e. lows of basically the last 3.5% drawdown we had. The current SPX round, there's a couple of notes here that I need to, there's something left out of that statement. When we had our last drawdown, within the next month and a half to 3 months, we have a 10% upside. 10%. So that's 7%, or 10% from the lows that we put in on, let me just show you this here really quick. So from the lows that we put in on August 1st, on average, a month and a half to 3 months out, we're up 10% from that low on August 1st. Now that was a major drawdown. We just had another one here, and it's saying, quote, looking at past rebounds from prior lows in our US TPM level. The current SPX rebound is on par with some of the best we've seen in the past. However, there's often a pullback of around 5 to 8% over the next 1.5 months. The bigger question becomes when? Okay, next 1.5 months. When and why and where? So look at it from the perspective of price. Are we trading that 656, 556 or so, or in and around there, 562-ish, 567? Sure, we'll entertain that. That 5 to 8% drawdown, but just note that even the street is aware of it as we get closer to this September 2, September OPEX, some end of quarter, new flows for new quarter, bearish flows coming into the end of quarter, end of the month. This is September 31st, of course. Just be aware of it. That drawdown is like, it's hiding in there. And time is not your friend the closer we get to those dates, right? Get closer to September 2, get closer to the OPEX, get closer to quarterly OPEX, becomes more glaring and more glaring of that drawdown being available or possible. Remember that September, October is a real thing. Remember that December is volatile. Also remember that stocks usually recover before indexes if we do get that drawdown. What else do I have for you guys here? I think that's it. I don't like the sweep lower right now. If we sweep lower right now, it's going to be a mess. We're going to go down there and it's going to get nasty. If we sweep lower. Yeah, right now, without the new high, yeah. We need that new high before rolling. We need that new all-time high, in my view. If we don't, we'll start getting pretty fucking bloody to the downside. We need that 647.13, even just to the tick. Whether that's today, Wednesday, I don't care. We need it as fast as possible can get it. What else? Let me just read through the rest of this stuff here. Yeah, China's breaking out right now. Of course it is. They're printing money right now in China. I've got 647.13 as the official high on SPY. It was done in pre-market. 647.13. That's what I've got as the official high. And I looked the other day at the official high, and it was higher. We didn't hit all-time highs. I checked SPX on Sunday. I asked that question: have we already made all-time highs, or do you consider the pre-market as the high? I checked. We didn't hit it on Friday. I checked. We did not hit it. SPX is what I'm checking for all-time highs, not SPY or futures. The S&P 500. Go over here. I don't really care about. I care about futures and SPY, but for the officials, I look for S&P 500. Yeah, we can. I want you to watch the videos. Paw Dog, watch. First, I want you to watch the videos. We got a low here. See if this will turn us up. Or do we blood? Let's keep moving that over. Grinding bulls. All right, cool. Okay, so hold on a second, P-Dog. There's a little blood right there. Yeah, that's cheap for TradingView for their sale. Just want to see that one high. That's all I want to see. You can plunge town all you want afterwards. I just want to see that all-time high, that market all-time high. They're private. They're not listed. I've done them with the community a bunch, but I don't make them public. So you can't find them on public anywhere. I have them, though, on YouTube. On like my back end of YouTube, I got them. Be careful of that low. This one right here. This one right here is bad. Looking like it wants to go down. All dealer action here, not letting bulls make money. Lopsided calls in the market. Can't go up without more call buying. Need something to drive us higher. Or the chain to be worthless. One or the other. Need positive bullish news, or they'll grind this whole chain down on us. Retailers need to be like actively, aggressively buying. Likely news driven. Nvidia seems to be the case for it. Let me just check something here. I'm gonna check, see what Zafalwiz had to say on all this stuff, or on in particular to Scott's been all over this for like weeks now. Peek here, his take on Nvidia. Let me read some of what Scott said. I'm not going to give you his whole newsletter, but I'm going to give you what somebody had to say here. I think it's classic. Ready? So I'm not going to give you guys the details on what he has to say because he gives you trades and this shit, and it's really badass. His trades are dope. Nvidia earnings. Or he titles it both owning and selling the reaction vol. That's the title. He writes, Nvidia earnings. Take a wild guess. Do you think they will beat analysts' expectations? What's the answer? Of course they will. Analysts are terrible at their jobs. We already know that, right? Analysts get wrong about 80% of the time. Anywhere from 70 to 80% of the time they analyze wrong. Way under. Normally way wrong. In that matter, for a bear market, same thing. Just the inverse, right? Analysts are terrible at their jobs. Or is this a rigged game to cheerlead corporate earnings? Probably both. Walt at Heisenberg Report broached the chivalry of earnings estimates topic in comical fashion, claiming a drunk, crippled turtle could have hopped over the bars and analysts had set, and that essentially they were just in line if this tariff debacle was removed from the equation. It's official. The earnings season all but over in the U.S. Q2 is the best reporting season. I like Heisenberg a lot, by the way. Very positive guy. I like that about him. Q2 was the best reporting season in at least a quarter of the century, if you don't count the recovery from the GFC and the pandemic whipsaw. Go ahead, scoff. I won't blame you. The beats weren't beats, but then again, they never really are. This is always a bit of a charade. Even as fake beats go, Q2 2025 was anomalous in that the bar was lowered to such an extent that a crippled turtle could have cleared it. Drunk. Analysts cut estimates aggressively to account for the impact of U.S. trade policy expectations announced in March and April, and those estimates didn't reset and readjust to account for subsequent developments. The result, a beat rate for the record books. Right? So on to another crock. The big one at that, NVDA and the quarterly Huang holiday, yet lately whatever earnings vol has been priced in has been too high. Much too high, actually. And to that point, let's look really quick at some vol here. Let's look at some Strike level vol for NDX. So let me just show you some insanity here. So this is expected volatility. Oh, hold on here. For NASDAQ. Let me mute this and mute this. And let me move your stuff over. Oh, no. Shit. God damn it. Look at this volatility assigned here. This is 1 date. This is 2 dates. Down, right? This is where we're getting our weakness right now. Weakness in NDX, weakness in SPOOs. And then Ramporama on day 3. This is Wednesday volatility assigned with the market. So the market's trying to price in this volatility to the downside. We don't have any positive news, some weakness. Now the big trade here early week. This is when I showed you that jackknife move down in NDX or in NVDA. I'm like, we could definitely go down here before we get to their earnings. That's possible. I think that's very possible here. Just unrealized vol into Wednesday's report. Let me get rid of this. Move this over here. So you're seeing that current weakness right now. You're not seeing any kind of a way. Just look at this down here. You know, pricing in volatility before we get to a theoretically positive event, flush you down, and then up. Makes sense? And we're kind of weak right now too, right? So we've got on to another big crock of crap, right? And a big one at that. NVDA and quarterly Hoang holiday. Yet lately, whatever earnings vol has been priced in has been too high. Much too high, actually. Straddle sellers rejoice. For the last 4 quarters, the stock hasn't moved much, and thus we are probably looking at something like a plus or minus 5.5% option implied move this time around. But that doesn't mean that the markets themselves won't move. Last August, post-expiration, the vol watershed into J-hole saw some churning, and then approaching NVDA earnings, markets got quite choppy in SPX and in GigaChad land. So listen to that closely here. I'll say it to you again, right? So this is important. But that doesn't mean markets themselves won't move. Last August, post-expiration, the vol watershed into J-hole saw some churning, and then when approaching NVDA earnings, markets got quite choppy in SPX and in GigaChad land. So just looking at where we are in the market right now, you know that 642, 640 is kind of the jump point to go higher. If that gets lost, right, that choppiness results in unrealized volatility, even if NVDA is going higher, but capturing that bearishness, right, that down volatility before we get good news to send us higher. So if you're looking at even the market today into tomorrow, you know, you wake up tomorrow and we're fucking bloodied up tomorrow, you know, like blood, you know, shit show tomorrow, maybe even shit show on a Wednesday. Don't be shocked by that. Shocked Pikachu. I'm showing you the volatility on tap. And volatility works in a funky way, right? If you've got anticipated volatility, it should be taken as bearish. Bearish. Price going down. When volatility is bullish, that means that you have an event in that high volatility that does one of two things. It either is watershed for that vol to blow off, right? Or it's event-driven, driving more buyers unknowingly, right? Like, oh my God, we just got something unexpected. And you get this rush of buyers within that volatility hasn't rolled off yet. And this is where you get your squeezing and your big moves up. But you typically still need like an event to drive it. While we're pricing in higher volatility, you're still event-driven as a bull, if that makes any sense. I'm going to show you one quick thing here. Can I make this larger or no? Yeah, I think I can do this here. Let's see if I can show this right here for you really quick. You know what? I don't want to do it here because I've got some. Let me see if I can do it like this. Hold on here. I just posted the chart inside the Discord. Let's see, I can bring this down here. Oh. And let me move some of this out of the way here. Move this down maybe a little bit more. Just going to try to make this a little bit larger for you. And this is where things get important. So here's J-Ho, right? Jay's hole. I want you to think about this squeeze up here, okay? I want you to think about this squeeze right here, okay? Don't forget, forget exact pricing. Can I edit this maybe? Can I edit this? There we go. No, I just wanna use a markup. There we go. Can we mark this up? Sweet. Okay, so we're gonna mark this up. So I want you to think about this. You have like the Jerome Powell squeeze higher, right? Remember, this is all-time highs up here. So we're like fighting to get that all-time high, right? And it's like this fade, bloodbath into Nvidia earnings. Up, right? Following day after the earnings. And then way over here is the actual dip buy. You know, days later. This is the important one right here. So let's go look at, leave this for a minute. Let's go, this is NVDA. So do you see how I have this charted out for you? This is their earnings, right? So you got the, oh my God, I want this, oh my God. They literally shank you down. And the dip is down here for an upside move. And then there's a bigger fade down the road. Does that make sense? So let me just show it to you again. So this would be day after right here. This goes down here. You get the move post earnings. But even more important, this begins to fade. And you're looking for that actual print. You know, it's like you're up here, then it's like, oh, thank you, took the money and run, and then the real print, the real dip buy is, you know, this one down here, this one over here. Somewhere in this like 172, 161, 168. We could even plunge down here briefly to go higher. So I just think that you keep this in mind. Having not even looked at that chart from VolWiz, this is showing that same kind of a pattern here. As a matter of fact, I think I want to move this down here. And I'm going to move this over here. I bet those buyers are way down there. Let me just get this over here. I bet you those buyers are even at 140. I'll even move it up to right about there. So just so you can see it over here. What did I say? 160, 168, right in there. They're even lower over here. So just be conscious of whatever the close is today, and this like Tuesday down move, Wednesday down move, and unironically, have we hit a new all-time high, or not even all-time high, but just a prior high? Have we hit it? Nope. We have not hit it. So this like weakness tomorrow, Wednesday, seems possible. So if you like looking for that dip to buy, it's probably down here. And there's probably an even bigger dip to buy down here in September, October. Just be aware of it. Be conscious of it. There's probably a lot of like zero dates are fine here. I got no problem with that. I got no problem with as long as we're holding this up, buying the dip to go higher, buying the dip to go higher. But once that roll starts, it's going to be a bloodbath if it happens. So go back over here. And it's now 2:39. I'm going to give you some outlook for SPOOs. And we're going to go over here and look at SPY really quick. Just take a peek here. Let's get rid of all this. Let's take a look at all this right here. It's that same kind of thing up here, right? You want to see this new high, right? So they bought this one right here, failed, leaving a little bit of gap below or above up here. It's still teasing you the new high, right? Hey, we're going up here, bro, right? 64, 68. You already know that if you lose this layer right here, if you lose this, that trade is dead, right? You start fading this down here, catch this new low. We're going downtown. I'm going to show you where that downtown is right now. We're stalling. Do you see the stall? Stalling here. And we're parked on the half-hour trigger. Supports right here. Watch this closely with me. Go a week. Take a peek. We know that this is where the buyers are. This is the mountain, right? As long as we stay up here, we're good to go. Hold on there. We're going to focus on this one right here. That's all we're focusing on is that this week right here. This is all we're focused on right now. Right there. See that weakness right there? That's not good. We're already getting faded on this. See the fade right there? Big fade right here. This is for this downside print. Look at the pushing on this. Look at that right there. Down buyers right here. Almost losing support, right? Watch this with me right here. So here's a 4-hour candle, right? This is the lowest of part of the 4-hour candle. You shank this right here. You take this out, low out right here. And then it becomes wham, downside. And meanwhile, you're just trying to get the new high. Right? They're like, oh, bro, we're going to get the high. And then wham, roll. Bigger trade lower. This is Friday. This is Thursday. This is Friday, and this is Thursday. So the target is going to be 636.75. This is the target. right there. So you can see it. I want to see this before their earnings. Okay. Send all the bulls back to the drawing board. This is bearish right here. You can see this. This is bearish. Make that red. Tuesday 1600. Right there. This is Wednesday 11, about 12 o'clock right there. Right about there. This is 12 p.m. on Wednesday. This is unrealized volatility that's growing between now and then. About there. You see it? There. This is your Friday print. Or Tuesday, 1600. So just check that out right there. Make sense? Sweeping down. Still fine with this move higher here. Still fine with that squeezing up, but down. This is Monday, 1600. I got 1700 down here for selling the close in here. Still want to leave that open. This is Tuesday, 6 a.m. Buy the dip. Start selling the open tomorrow. This is probably 12 o'clock, 1600. Yeah, and then one more bloodbath down. Something like this. Kind of sweep in here. Oh. Now, there's another problem in here, too. This is that 19th. Here's the 18th. You know, down here, right? Rein it in. Somewhere in there. I think we were looking for 48, weren't we? 48. Right in there. 48.50. This is the come to me bar. There, down, down, down. And this is where the solid line stops right there. This is Tuesday, 1600. Could be Friday. Time or price, one or the other. So you can see that right there. Go back over here and take a peek. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. Still haven't given up the half an hour trigger. Still haven't given up the hourly trigger. This is all still viable right here. Believe it or not, I know it sounds crazy, but you get squeezed out into the close here. Very viable. To only plunge down here tomorrow. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Be over here. Tuesday close 1600. We're down there. I know that sounds crazy to you, but it's not crazy to me. Do not trust these fucking bulls. They buy. Right in there. 1500. 30. This back up right here. That's back on right there. Right down here. There it is. PP right there. Note, I just posted some stuff in the Discord. Still have 648 as a target. I can't give it to the sellers until 4. We can easily squeeze this bell here for liquidity. I think it's dangerous here. Let me see if I can see anything else out there. Just one quick second here, guys. Yeah, I'd be very careful of the squeeze into the bell here. Just see where the high is up here. Give me a second here. You guys want to watch this with me so you can do this at home? Right there. There's one right there too. And there's one more right here. Where's this morning? Where's Monday? Monday? Where's Monday? Where's 9:30? Yeah, we're parked on it right. We're right here at the open right now. And there's one more right here too. Right there. There's 646, 645. that better like that, maybe? Might help right there. $301 power sour hour. I got friends that were in I got friends that were renters during Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, and then when they came back in, they scooped up a bunch of property cheap. They became very wealthy. I got friends in the movie business, of all places, living in NOLA. A bunch of friends in I got a fuck ton of friends in the movie business out in the West. They're like second below the line people. See if this blood's here more. If we plunge into the close here. I got a bunch of like friends that were like I don't know if they're traveling. They like spent. So I got a bunch of friends in the movie industry, like real life friends. And they would travel like in all of the West, like to film like the entire West, up into Canada too. But they were like they weren't quite homeless. They all had homes in like New Orleans, Colorado, but they were never home for their families. They would like go on these film shoots and be traveling. It's like a gang of them. They all work on the same TV shows, movies, that kind of stuff. Wherever there's like a movies can be made cheaply in the U.S. But I had in particular a group of like 4 friends from New Orleans, and they couldn't afford New Orleans. And then after the hurricane, they went back in and bought all those shotgun houses. They were dirt cheap. They were giving them away supposedly, and now they own. You can't go with zero. If we went zero rates, we'd be in trouble. We'd be back in the Great Depression problems that we had. The country would implode. I'll just be honest with you. If we go to zero rates like right now, the country would be at risk of the Great Depression. I'll make it simple for you. I'll just tell you. Great Depression, Part 2. Not even, it could be worse. I would say it would probably be worse. I know people want zero rates, but they have no idea what the complications of that are. I can see Trump wanting it. I can see the White House wanting zero rates to trigger a repricing of our stock market for that new economy. I just don't think bulls understand the complications of it. We've talked about it on the show in the past. If you reprice the stock market, if we follow this new economy, I think it happens regardless. It just matters how much pain it is. I think it happens regardless. But if you're looking for that big, great flush, that would be like the Great Depression or worse. I don't think that any American knows what that means. Maybe 0.5%, or not even 0%. Maybe 0.5% of America knows what that means. Americans, not immigrants, not anyone else. I mean, just pure, I was born in America. I don't think they have any idea what that means. I would say, you figure 5% of the population has served in the military, so of those that have been deployed, maybe half. So maybe like 2 or 3% have some grasp of what that could look like. And I think that I think we're doomed to that new economy. I don't think there's any way to get out of it. I don't think I think the DNC is in on it. I think all the companies are in on it, rolling the dice. Why shouldn't they? If you can change permanently power structures in the country, you want to be on it. The greed, the sociopath stuff. I was talking to Joe Donut about it on Saturday or Sunday. We were discussing, like, it doesn't matter what your politics are. We were discussing, like, you can actually agree with Trump. You can be MAGA and still be scared of the outcome. I think the greater question is, if we have a new economy, how bad is it? That's the bigger, like, I think in every scenario there's pain. It's just how much pain. If we go the really bad pain route, I went back and, like, read a bunch of books and white papers on the Great Depression, and because I forget all that stuff. I get, like, the anecdotal stuff over the years or the topical history of it. But then I started reading that shit like 6 months ago. July through September, I started reading about it, and it fucking put the fear of everything in me. You can't escape it with wealth. Like, the greatest thing you can do is consolidate under something that brings constant money in. They'll take all the gold. They'll take all the cash. They'll seize it. They did it in the Great Depression too. You could be like, you could own gold at home or something. They wouldn't touch you. That's where, like, the real true hiding your money under the mattresses is because of that. If you own GLD, I wouldn't be owning GLD. I'd own physical gold, but not real. Like GLD, I wouldn't own that shit. They'll give you a coupon for that shit. If we do that, everything gets repriced. The only way to escape that is you own your home and you have a business that brings you regular income. That's depression proof. You see it happening right now. PEs and VCs are doing it. They're cornering industries that you're going to have to use. It's their like, it's not quite an escape parachute, but it's their insurance. You saw that consolidation during the the second industrial revolution as well. We made some of our biggest fortunes made in the United States was during the Depression, due to consolidation or cornering a market, or having the corner on a market too would work. Some kind of new technology, you corner it. That's a whole bigger fucking conversation. That doesn't matter to price today, of course, but I just don't know what the outcome is. You could see like a lost decade, and you have to be careful of who's screaming for it and why they're screaming up for it. If they're just poor people, you can't listen to them. They're probably going to be worse off than they thought they would be. Like, I don't think that a poor person can grasp how bad it is for them. I don't think a poor person can grasp the outcome politically for them. They'll live and stuff, but you'll be a serf more than likely at the end of it, no matter what your politics are. I don't think the bourgeois mostly get out of it. Money bourgeois probably won't get out of it. Power and money maybe. Petite bourgeois, no. They'll get flushed out too. There are good accounts too from people that there are some really cool accounts. If you I want to tell you something too. If you want to look this stuff up, don't look up like all the horror stories of the Great Depression. Do the flip of it. Like, who did well during the Depression, who made money during the Depression, who consolidated power during the Depression. Look up all the positives from like the disgusting sociopath perspective, from a greed perspective, like who made out during the Depression, who had a great time. And there are people that write books about that stuff. Like, hey, my great great grandfather was doing this. Our family was fine. We never felt the Depression. Matter of fact, I have a family member in my family who owned a ranch. in the West, and I have another family member that owned a ranch in Ohio. Farmers, or not ranch, but farmers in Ohio and ranch owners in Montana. They starved, but they came out the other end extremely wealthy from it. But they weren't like on the railroads trying to find work. They weren't like traveling around the U.S. uprooting their family and stuff like that. More family actually came closer to them during that time period. It was horrible still, but they're like in my family, the effects on the Great Depression, like my immediate family, half of them were new immigrants. They weren't here for it. The other half were here since the beginning, and they got annihilated during the Depression. It was brutal. Yeah, but why is Spy where it's at right now? Cheapness of money, right? But there's an inverse relationship there. There's a cheap money, and the stock market doesn't go up. Like the stock market should go up because it's cheapness of money, but there's a repricing with the devaluation of the dollar where the stock market goes down too. We had that too in the Great Depression. Still not convinced we roll into this close here. I'd be more willing to sell the closing bell. We'll watch this here between now and 4 p.m. But be careful of them ripping this into the close here. I'm bearish tomorrow, just not right now. I think they squeeze the bell for the liquidity. I think us going to 648 is easy into this bell. Like Rampo-Rama. Mm-hmm. As far as economic calendar for this week, I think we may have gone over it briefly, but we'll go over it right now at this moment. Tomorrow we have durable goods at 8:30 in the morning. So if you're looking for a bear reason for the market to go down on data, durable goods, we have seen no tariff inflation. A little tiny bit. None. Now we have cyclical inflation and services inflation. That's the danger. You guys understand when they say that, when they tell you things like PCE, jobs, not jobless, but jobs, right? The danger has not been tariffs. The danger has been cyclical inflation. It's like evil, insidious inflation, right? And in that cyclical inflation, there's a big trade going on in China right now, big uppies, that they're going to come out of a recession and that they're going to print their way out of recession with money. If that's the case, that money will bleed into the United States. That would probably be the source of our inflation. So there's like another economic warfare going on here in the background. So if I'm China, right, and I start printing money while I'm in economic warfare with the U.S., I can actually fuck our economy over. China can, by printing more money. Does that make sense? Now, durable goods, all right? You like send our economy into a tailspin into the midterms. You can force the more stock market crashing into the midterms. Does that make sense to you? If you're like, hey, how bad is China fighting with us? I'll explain it to you right now. You print money in China, you send inflation ripping to the moon in the U.S., market starts to crash, right? Get more aggressive, right? Or we start cutting when we're not supposed to. It's like a catch-22 losing proposition for the U.S., right? Right into midterms. So tomorrow, though, we have durable goods. Now, durable goods has not shown any kind of negative inflationary tariff inflation. Now, if we are going to see it, it's going to be over the next 1 to 3 months. Coming into bear season. Doesn't make a trend, but if you get 1 or 2 hot prints on durable goods, it's going to get nasty. They will jackknife this market down as an excuse, right? So just look forward to the reason why we sell tomorrow. I'm going to tell you right now is durable goods. You're likely going to see some tariff inflation tomorrow. It has not shown up, but it's about to. It will be a one-time hit. The consumer is more well off than they think. That means that you are going to be willing to pay for that tariff inflation that they're going to attempt to pass along to you. There's something else that's scary right now that I've never quite seen ever in history. Ever. In no time in my life have I seen this. I'm watching actively corporations run psyops on you, telling you that you're going to pay that inflation and you are in agreement with it. That is blowing my face off right now. I watched an article over the weekend on the front page of Reddit from Walmart mansplaining to you that they're going to have to pass their costs on to you, and fucking Reddit was eating it up. And I was blown away by that. Blown away. Shocked. My face was falling off me. I expected to read the commentary on that post. The whole commentary should have been, fuck you, Walmart. I just won't buy my shit there. And I didn't see that. What I saw was, oh, we're going to have to pay it and it's going to be horrible. That blew my face off. You're literally being trained to accept the passing along of price increases by companies. And I find it mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. But there'll come a point where the consumer is hurt enough where you will not absorb those costs. So, for negative news tomorrow, durable goods will likely read hot. On Wednesday, we've got then at the end of the day at 1 p.m., we get a 2-year note auction. And that 2-year note auction drives the stock market. If we see that durable goods bad print, I bet you at 1 p.m. we'll get the next jackknife down. 1 p.m. tomorrow, 2-year note auction. We'll come into Wednesday. You get a 30-year mortgage rate. That ain't going to be pretty. Just talk of cutting rates in September is going to send the fucking 30-year to the moon. Okay? Not like crash stuff, but jackknifing down. So tomorrow, expect that 30-year. That's at 7 a.m. That's going to be negative. Get out of the way on that one. And then thereafter, we get Barkin speaking at 12:45. I'm assuming that she's going to give you some kind of bottle to suck on, some kind of like toddler bottle, and tell you that everything's going to be okay. And they're not persistent yet, and it's one time, and consumer is robust, and all the other bullshit. On Thursday or on Wednesday night, though, you get the ER for what's her face, or for Nvidia. So like that 12:45, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, or on Wednesday, try to long that for the Nvidia print. And then on Thursday, we get GDP growth quarter over quarter, second estimate. That's on Thursday. We get jobless claims as well. We get PCE. That's all big data on Thursday. The biggest one is GDP growth. But just note, like Thursday's got more like backtesting shit. So you run up Nvidia earnings, take the money and run. And then you've got more volatility on Thursday that kind of traps you in as well. So even more choppiness after Nvidia earnings. And then on Friday, we get core PCE, personal income, personal spending. More volatility on Friday. So you could have like the down into Wednesday afternoon, up into Thursday close, down again into Thursday, Friday, then a big print up into the 2nd or whatever of September. So just be aware of it. Just note that there's volatility this week. Just note that durable goods is likely going to start showing some of that inflation. That could open a whole nother Pandora's box of discussion. And let's talk about that right now. We have like 80%, 100% chance of a rate cut for September. Everyone's looking towards PCE, which I think is bullshit on its own. But the rest of these reports this week, like the durable goods, the claims, PC all taken in total, you're likely going to get some pushback on that cut into the rest of the end of this week. Well, inflation's starting to come up with tariffs now. We're already aware of the PC shouldn't be like a new or like a knife down. We're already aware of PCE being high. It's already known. That's why I don't put too much into PCE, but the rest of it, like the GDP, the jobless claims, durable goods in particular. Because what that does is introduces not just the PCE natural inflation, right, cycles, and brings back the idea that the Fed has to wait until we see 3 or 6 months of data in that durable goods. Is it sticky, or is it persistent, or is it a one-time hit? When you hear that one-time hit, historically, that means that the consumer is at a point where they won't accept it anymore. In our case right now, I've never in my life seen corporations press so hard on you accepting all of this inflation until you're destroyed. Never. And these companies know this. Like, I just want you to know this too. Like, Walmart knows that you're doing well. So Walmart, not just Walmart, but all of them, Walmart's going to say to you, hey, I'm going to pass this cost along to you, and you're going to have to suck it up. So you as the consumer has to tell them to go fuck themselves. And if you can't do that, and they're going to hit you with that, then they're going to do it until you can no longer accept it. So it's one way or another, right? I'm just shocked that you do this as a consumer right now, that you just accept those higher prices rather than pushing back on them to say no. That article I read in that commentary that was in the front page is literally telling Walmart, you're okay. Increase prices, max them out. Because you're telling them in the commentary that you're willing to by not resisting, not freaking out. By literally sitting there and saying, oh God, they're going to pass their costs on to us. It's going to be terrible. You know what I mean? Like, you're literally telling them, I can take this. It's like you have to like be pushing back. And you're not actively doing that. You're like passively admitting that you're willing to accept those higher prices. And I'll tell you what, if you don't accept those higher prices, competition will enter the market. Walmart will roll back those prices. Walmart will eat those profits in their profits. They'll literally eat them. They'll pass it along to producers. They'll pass it along, or they'll try to change what they're giving you. They'll do less ingredients, smaller packaging, inferior product, anything before they ever try to absorb those costs. So you have to continually fight back. Like, no, I'm not paying this dude. Oh, and by the way, you gave me a shitty box of something that's even less. I'm not buying that either. Only then do these companies either do what you want them to do as a consumer, or they go bankrupt and someone comes in place of them. One or the other. So you can most certainly absorb some of that inflation. You're more than willing to. I can tell already. Wages are good right now. I'll tell you that too. Wages are in line. As long as wages continue to go up, you'll continue to suck it up, unless you as people say no. And you're not doing that right now. So, if I was angry, I would be freaking out on Reddit and everywhere else out there. I don't care if it's Reddit, FinTwit, Twitter, Truth Social. I wouldn't care. Just as a citizen of this country, I would be fucking livid at those companies because they're feeding you bullshit right now. Utter bullshit. Telling you they're going to take your money away from you. I'd be like, fuck you, no. I would stop shopping at those places immediately. I'm serious. Dead up serious. I've never seen it like this. I've never seen it to where I'm shocked at the regurgitation from the people that are going to get fucked the most. Siding with these companies. Siding. Blaming Trump. Blaming the White House. Blaming this, blaming that. Can't blame those guys. You got to do it with your pocketbook. Literally. It's how you get your message across. Fuck you, no. And if they don't listen, someone else is going to come to replace them. That's how capitalism works. That is literally the definition of capitalism, how we get new companies. It's like the literal definition of it. But we're moving post. I think we're moving post-capitalism. I think we are. From what I see from these companies, I think we're moving post-capitalism. Some kind of like some kind of like fake capitalism. I haven't figured it out exactly what it is yet, but we're definitely in this like manipulated capitalism of some kind. I've never been, since I've been alive, I've never heard that. Or I've never seen people in unison. I've never in my life seen groups of people publicly regurgitate corporate speak. Blows my mind. I can see that you like have to do this until you're destroyed, but I've never seen participation from a consumer. I've never seen a consumer like participate with a corporation. Blows my fucking face off. I'm shocked by it. Still parked here, fading slowly into this downside here. No squeezing into the close right now. We're looking weaker and weaker and weaker. I'm getting kind of bared up now into this bell and into tomorrow. There's still some support here right now. Still haven't broken those buyers down there. But still looking for doom and gloom on Tuesday and Wednesday, 1 p.m. We won't see this right now. We won't see the 1930s until it's going to take a few years. It's going to take like if we do it that way, it's going to take a decade at least. The whole process should take like 10 to 15 years. You'd see like reduced returns for 15 to 20 years if we even have any returns or a stock market at that point. That's possible too. We have no stock market anymore. It's very possible. It's like some of the shit I'm looking at right now, like you could see, like I tried to look past the war with China. I could see reunification with, I could see unification with China, a world government. If they control AI at some point in robotics, you could see a one world government. It's just a matter of who controls it. It's really fucked up what we're looking at down the road. If you stopped like the annihilation of humans, more than likely it results in a one world government. It's very possible, or at least like led by, whoever the most powerful people are. And oligarchs want to point hand in that. And we're already being asked to give up representative democracy right now. We're being told to actively right now to give it up without a vote. Another thing that shocks me about the American people, not political at all, just Americans being asked to do that. That blows my mind. You're right. You have like rights as a citizen in this country. You're giving them up actively. Right in our faces right now. As a whole, you are. Everybody. DNC, RNC, doesn't matter. Only the plebs are getting fucked here. And we're all plebs, so. Not what we've had 3 ages in the United States. We've only been asked once before to give up our rights. It was during the Civil War, and they failed. That was the first Industrial Revolution, and basically the invention of the cotton gin. Then the second Industrial Revolution, we kept our rights with no war. And you got to figure the first age is probably the internet age in 2000, and now we're in the second age of this of the internet with robotics and AI right now. Turn of the century. Leave all this here. Yeah, I love both parties equally too. I'm with you. Sailing Upits, I'm with you. I like both parties equally right now too. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. I've asked my family members about it. I've got nobody left alive that remembers any of this stuff in my family. I think that's part of the thing too. You want them all to die off. Anyone that, like all the World War II people, you want them all dead, They don't have a voice. Like anyone that was alive during the Great Depression, you don't want anyone alive. And that's part of it too. Once they're all gone and dead, you couldn't get this done in like the 80s and 90s. We would never be doing this in the 80s and 90s. Too many people are aware of the outcomes, so you just make sure they're all dead, and then you slowly let people accept this with no historical reference point. It's the same thing as like checkout, selfless checkout, or self checkout. You just wait a couple generations and then don't even remember. They'll give it up freely. You don't even need to fight them. You just take it from them like candy from a baby. It's ruthless, right? Even saying that. $3:31, 29 minutes left. Half hour left till tomorrow. A rally that put equities on verge of all-time highs sputtered. This looks like every single fall. Nothing's changed. Let's go around and just check this stuff. Says conservatism on China sales likely to weigh on Nvidia outlook. Look at Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley's like, oh, it's all doom. Hold on here. I'm trying to look around. Get rid of this NVDA for you. Put on SPY here. Sitting right on local gamma support here. So you can see this. Parked right on it right now. 64.50. Sitting right on it right now. Monday low at 9:30, just above it right now. Local put walls at 64.40. That would be, just check this really quick. Would be Friday, 10 o'clock. Right in here. Right here, right? I think that's right. Right there. That's the downside target. There. Downside target is 64.3, below it, just below it. Let's see. I don't see anything else. You've got the economic calendar. You've got the forecast for tomorrow. Let's see if there's anything else to give you guys for in a day here. I got no other news. I think that's everything. I don't see anything else before the close today. The only thing we're waiting on now is a squeeze into the bell or new low. Put this over here for you so you can see it. Oh, my fucking leg. Squeeze it, baby. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Squeeze it, go vertical. Go vertical. You know you're going vertical. You might be going down, but you're going vertical. You can do this and then squeeze. It works for me. But I know you're squeezing. And I know you don't have a chance. They need this right here. Because they can, if they can get this, they can sell futures. They're trying to get this right here into the bell. And watch out for the drop here into the close. No squeezing. This will squeeze higher. They're going to try to keep it underneath and then sell futures. Pretty slick. It's always so pathetic. It's like we have to do this right now. For what reason? No other reason than to get it down, or else it just go vertical. Like, why are we selling? It's dealers, bro. It's not data. Just trying to murder fucking bulls' expectations. Why are we going down until Wednesday? Only reason is because of everybody's long calls here. Whole market. I'm looking at the data in the background. It's like all calls. All I see are fucking calls, like insane calls. It's like one side of market. Hold on here. I'm gonna post this on I'll visualize it for you right now.
One minute to go now till we get the market and close imbalance data.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
0.1 billion. Nasdaq 100 sell side 559 million. Dow 30 sell side 452 million. Mag 7 sell side 377 million.
I think that's the way to do it right there. What the fuck is that right there? Just a note that Gamma has broken. Gamma support has broken on 6450. We had a low of 6447.26. Just to go down here and take a peek. So no matter where we go right now, just note that the door is now open. See the door? Door is now wide open to the downside. We are going to about a 90% chance we're going to trade all that. And likely even more to the downside. Not guaranteed, but this is definitely open now. Just want you to be aware of it into this close. Normally we don't need to do any more here. So what you're going to do is you can probably see, oh, hold on here. You'll see this up here, and then you'll see that down there, something like that. Just note that we have broken support. That's important right there. No bueno. I'm going to show it to you right now. Could do this right here, and then we're going to come up here. Let's get that one down there. They're going to shank the fuck out of us. And you are going all the way down there. Keep that up there. So you can see it. check this really quick. Friday, 10 a.m. low. Oh, hit there it goes right there. Already happened. See it right there? There it goes right there. I'm trying to type this out to people right now, and I'm like, I can't even get the post out to the Discord. Closing below gamma support. We'll sell the Friday 10 a.m. low. And we are going to sweep. Sorry so late. Mid typing it happened. We have continuation now to the downside for Tuesday and Wednesday. We are going to trade. I think we already targeted it, right? We already showed you where the target was. Over here. We're going to trade 636 and 75 and 633.57. We're going down 100 points. Well, we haven't opened it yet, but we're going to open it overnight. We're going to open this in the overnight. Or tomorrow on open. Go up here and then slam down. Hang tight here. Hang tight. Just want to make sure I got this right. Make sure I got that out there. Yeah, stop talking. You don't know what you're talking about. There's no front running of any print. I don't care about the front run. I don't care what the print is tomorrow. We're going to go up here and we're going to sell the fuck out of it. No. We're trading 636 and 633. It's done. It's in stone right now. That's why I said it right here. Telling you before it happens. There's no what ifs, no what abouts. We're gonna sell the fuck out of the morning in here. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Expect futures here to be bought into this close, and we're gonna sell rampantly. I would say 9 p.m. I would say 9 p.m. start selling, then like 4 a.m. start selling. There could be a quick rip up in the morning on the news. We're going down. We're going to trade 36 and 33. It won't be straight down. We're going to get a squeeze. But we are trading down there. We're going to give it all up. You're going to come back here on Wednesday, and it's going to be a shit show. No, not front run. This is front running to open the door to get there. So what this does, it unlocks the door, and then by Wednesday, unless they can, I don't think you can. I don't think there's any way to go higher. The way is lower at this point. I would need some firm convincing. What they have to do is they have to get this price in before Wednesday at 1. Dealers do. This is dealers, by the way. This isn't doom or gloom or anything. This is all options. Retail's all long. This is all. It's actually fake price action in my view, but it's whatever. I have to sell. Like, you have to sell if you're a dealer here. You're not going to bankrupt dealers. I've been asked that question before. Dealers will chase you in price, but you need an event, and there's no event. So I don't see durable goods. Durable goods could be that event, but I don't see it. We've had too many good durable goods. It's just a matter of time before we get a bad one. We're pretty close. We're due for one. So the edge isn't on your side there either. Like, if there was edge in durable goods, I would tell you, but there isn't. The edge on durable goods begins to fade. It's beginning to fade right now. The closer we get into like September, October, November, and then think about it like this. Like, if you start looking at I'm going to start thinking about this. So think about this and being serious here. So like, you're going to get more volatility. If this was a weekly chart right here, you're going to get more volatility in data. And eventually that data is going to turn bad. Not guaranteed, but the thought process here is between now, listen closely, between now and February, so we're almost in September, right? From now into February, you're going to get more than likely worse and worse and worse news. And you're looking for that news. So when you get like these like reports or data or whatever, you're going to price that in. And it's likely at some point going to be then realized volatility. Now, it doesn't mean the market rolls over and crashes. We've seen all-time highs. That takes time. You know what I mean? That takes like a process of getting out. And the process probably isn't over yet. There's a lot of people saying that it is, and we just got close to another all-time high. It's just not, it's usually not on that time frame. It usually takes like 3-6 months. But you would anticipate that news will get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until eventually it matters to the market. That's normally positioning. Think about positioning like
Chris says, let
me turn this off.
Voice news disconnected.
Think about positioning like a whale, not even a whale, an elephant. The elephant is fucking huge. It's this big fat pig from Wall Street. It's the greasy-handed old man. For that guy to get out of the market, it's going to take time. And if we priced in every recession that wasn't a recession, we would be Zimbabwe, wouldn't we? Right? Be all the way up, all the way down, all the way up, all the way down. So you kind of need like time. No one wants. So one of my point here is durable goods could come out. Like if you had like let's say we have durable goods, right? Like just good print, bad print. Durable goods should be fine. Durable goods should be fine, right? And then like there's like, September, December, January, the risk of durable goods not being on your side begins to like increase. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm doing that right now, but risk maybe on durable goods. At some point, we're going to get a hot print. And when we do, the market is going to fucking puke. You know what I mean? And the market's kind of positioned for it right now. So you got to wait for like, or not wait, but if you want a knee-jerk down reaction, it's probably sooner than later. I would start shorting, the market into durable goods for the rest of the fucking year. It's going to become a bear trade at some point. There's no edge in the bull side of it at all. There's none. There was, but there isn't anymore. We're too far into it at this point. Starting to get deals with tariffs. You'll start seeing it leak in. You can already see companies begging their ohm. Like Walmart is begging their ohm right now on socials. You can see it. They're all over the news. They're all over Reddit. They're literally telling you, we want you to absorb this because we're going to pass it along to you. And you see consumers saying, oh, God, that's terrible. We're going to have to eat all that. It's going to be terrible. So you can already see that already happening. Walmart already knows that durable goods is going to start coming in hot. So they're already aware of it. So we'll start squeezing up right here. They're going to try to sell this in the overnight on some doom news in the morning. If we catch any hot print, it'll trigger it. Like, it could even be not a hot print and they'll trigger it. The news will just be bullshit. They'll spin it. Even if they have to, they'll spin it into bad news. They'll just be like, oh, that was a terrible print, and this little line right here was horrible. But it does bring up the greater question, which is, I was on this train of thought earlier and got sidetracked, but this whole like PCE thing, we already know that PCE is going to be hot. We already know that we have real inflation, cyclical inflation. So the greater point would be if you start to see tariff inflation in there, it like brings up this whole argument. It's not PCE. They're like Spockam is saying PCE. It's not PCE. It's durable goods. We already know that PCE is bad. If you add durable goods inflation and PCE inflation, that's fucking bad. Like there's nothing you can say on that. And the scariest part about that is we're all betting cut, right? Markets betting cut. You can't deny if you see durable goods inflation. It would put like the market would literally freak the fuck out. They would freak the fuck out because that just says we're going to keep raising rates or leaving them the same. It screams it, that you can't cut rates. Not even like the political one that he wants to give. Like I get he wants to give that one if you can, but if we get any like durable goods hot prints like this month, next month, the month after, there's no cut. So I don't know. I think eventually it's gonna hit. It's gonna hit the tape eventually. So if you have a curve of where it's not gonna hit the tape, we're coming down the curve of when it's gonna hit the tape. And when it does, you're telling you're gonna see like every asshole out there going, "We're fucked," with inflation. Which we're not right away. We will be. Dude, I got some other stuff to tell you guys before I go here. I got some other stuff, guys, to tell you. Like I'm looking at data from like COVID. Like we're on the same track as COVID. Like we're at this like for what they want Jerome to do. It's like asking for a cut in March, April of 2019 or 20, whatever the fuck that was. I can't remember the fucking COVID year, but whatever the fuck that COVID shit was, they're literally asking them to do the same thing right now. We're not on a market low. Like you're talking about like cutting rates and like, do you guys remember what that was like? What the data looked like? Like I don't, my mind, I can't wrap my head around a rate cut right now. I can't. Like where price is in the stock market and the Fed put is in the stock market, I can't wrap my head around it. It's like being on a high during COVID and being asked to start loosening. Like that's what it looks like. Top line, that's what it looks like to me. And there's one last thing I want to tell you guys here. I said it earlier this morning and I'm going to say it again. So I'm bullish, short-term bullish, and I'm midterm, like buy the dip and long into the end of the year. But I want to tell you guys one last thing. I said it earlier in the stream today, and I want to make sure it's out there. If you're a bull and you think that a series of cuts to zero is positive for the stock market, I promise you that we will top this market and we will have a stock market crash or a bear market. It takes some time, like a month and a half, 3 months, but I assure you we'll start fading. You can usually see it's not really something we have to really too much worry about it, but in every historical example, every one of them. The only ones where we can cut and not have that bear market is if we do like one cut. We're not proposing more. Any of that stuff. We don't have any historical examples of that ever from day one. So just be aware of that. We're not there yet. I don't think that PCE, I don't think that jobs or jobless claims is going to seal any of those deals. Other people are commenting on that. I don't believe in that at all. I don't think they know what the fuck they're talking about. I think that or they're spinning or it's ohm or whatever. But if you really want some doom, like if you want like the doom trade, a series of progressive cuts to zero, they will sell everything. Wall Street will. Even if they're calling for it, even if there's people calling for it, I'm telling you, they're gonna crash this fucker. I don't know when it happens though. It takes time. I think it takes like, I don't know. I think it takes like spring, and then I think it's the spring and summer trade. I think you get a little bit of like risk off in a seasonal weakness, but wherever that top of market is, I know you guys are looking for Black Monday in October. I get it. I don't see that. As long as we're not cutting, that's the caveat. So you should not want a September cut. You should not, if you start seeing like we have to cut and like with that verbiage, have to cut, and we should continue to cut into like September, October, December. When you see them saying September cut, you know it, right? That we're pricing in a September cut, a November cut, and a December cut. I'm telling you right now, if that's the case, then we're at the top of the market. If that's a reality. If you see a September cut and we're going to progressively cut into December, then we're going to progressively cut into the summer when J-Pow is gone, we're top of the market right now. Even if we see another all-time high. So I think that's more of a process. I think it's going to take into like spring and summer. But all this talk out there is all reminding me of a major top. The only thing we don't have to go this time is COVID. We need something. War. I don't know. Somebody dies. I posted about that on Saturday. I think that Trump is very ill. I don't wish death upon anybody in life. I'll be honest with you. Nobody. I don't care who it is. I'm not down with that. I was in the army. I saw death. I'm not down with that shit. But if Trump were to die in office, could be a reason for that. There was one doctor this weekend said 6 to 8 months max. That's how long they give him. That's about in line with this stuff. 3 to 6 months. The street says that Trump stuff is all going to be recalled or repealed, either at the Supreme Court. Their ace in the card is probably him dying in office. We need some event like that to be like COVID. Some reason given, some bullshit reason given, but I'll leave you with that today. If you see a September cut, a November cut, a December cut, they're going to literally tee off on that September cut, and that'll be top of the market. The September FOMC decision is on the 16th, and they would literally top that market, and I mean in a big way in September. So be careful what you ask for as a bull out there. Be careful of the people that are pushing this towards you. You got to remember who's sell side here, who's pushing the narrative, and why they're pushing the narrative. Why is it gaining steam? And this is more than likely, participants that are saying, we're going to be cutting from September into summertime. Historically, when we do that, we like tip off, and it just like they close the door on you, and that's it. We're off and running. And we already know they're going to try to do it. So they're going to try to do it now in the fall. They're going to attempt it. This whole like this is the top. They're going to attempt it in the fall. They're going to attempt it in the spring, late winter, spring, and they're going to attempt it in the summer. So just like be aware of who's talking. Are we at the actual market top? Probably not. We're probably going to see those 680, 700 prints and stuff like that before that happens. That might just be the sausage too. But just be aware that we're closer. It's not tomorrow. It's nothing you can plan for. Be careful of it too. People oftentimes ask, well, why don't I hedge it now? because we can't predict a recession, can't predict bad data, can't predict cuts. You have to like see the cut. You got to see like the Fed come out and cut rates on the September and say to you, we're going to start this cutting program, right? Remember, we left like rate hikes. We now at pausing, and within pausing, they can do one cut, one increase, one cut, like up and down kind of shit. But if you start seeing velocity in bad data, and you start seeing the Fed tell you directly, we're going to start a cutting program, that'll be the top of the market. We're not there yet, but you know, it's in the background noise and shit like that. There's a lot of people that are spinning their own bullshit as to what's going to happen, but the truth is the data and the actions of the Fed are different. That just doesn't sell newspapers, so we got to wait for that stuff to happen. And I still think we have more up to go, but just be aware. You know, you come into September and the Fed says we're no longer, or we're in a cutting regime. If they like make some kind of verbiage like that, it's probably top of the market. We're not there yet, so it's not to worry about right now. Right now, it's just knee-jerk reactions. Data starts to deteriorate. Expect more volatility out of that deterioration of data, but then positioning still to the upside. And when these big fat elephants get out of the market, then the data will matter. You know, that's when the data actually does matter, and we'll rip it to the downside. The only other time I've ever seen anything worse than this would be potentially a high on the day. If let's say on September 16th they say we're moving into a cutting regime, you could theoretically, historically see a really big move higher, like monster rip to the upside, and it's for liquidity to sell. That's the actual top of the market. I've seen that happen, but that's about it. Sometimes it's just a fade and roll over. We start trading sideways after that being said. We like trade sideways, and then we start fading down and down and down and down and down and down. I don't think we're there yet. I think we still have legs. So the data doesn't. We're still not there with the data. We're just there for the data to start looking bad and start being progressively knee-jerkish down. That doesn't make the market roll. Sorry. Positioning matters more. The only other question in here would be when we're come into quarter end. I want you to think about this closely with me. Listen to me closely. It's the important part. So the market is wound up into the end of this quarter. And I want you to think about it being, I want you to think about the market doesn't lose. If they lose, there's insurance for these banks. Okay? So if there's like a unknown, like literally Wall Street doesn't know, something really bad happens and they're not positioned or hedged for it, they have insurance to protect them. For the rest of the time, the market is tied into these higher highs, but I want you to think about the September OPEX, and I want you to think about the Fed meeting just before it, and I want you to think about repositioning for the spring. So if we're going to progressively cut from September, if the Fed changes their verbiage and says we're now in a cutting regime, there is potential for a risk off in Q4 of 25. Hey, maybe we're not going to catch that print in February, December. That's possible, but we're not there yet. So without the Fed saying that, you can't trade it. You can't. The market's not positioned for it. If the Fed does not cut in September at that Fed meeting, you might get an initial knee-jerk down reaction. But if they say, like, we're not in a cutting regime and you're not getting any fucking cuts, this market will drive higher. It'll literally drive higher into the end of the year. It'll drive higher into February. I'm serious. If the Fed says to you, there's something else called a dovish and a hawkish cut. Do you know what those are? If you're watching the show, do you know what within cuts, we have dovish and hawkish cuts too. We can get a hawkish cut, which is, here's your 25 BPS, fuck you, fuck off. But we're more than likely to raise rates at the next meeting. That's called the hawkish cut. If the Fed did that, market is safe too. But if the market gets all dovish, oh yeah, bro, we're gonna cut. We expect to start a cutting regime. Watch the fuck out. That's probably. I would be very scared to put any risk on into Q1 of 2025. I would rather have a hawkish cut or no cut. One of those two. Any kind of like dovish progressive cuts, I'm out. Get your ripcord and get the fuck out. And look for a squeeze to sell. We're not there yet though, so there's no reason to be like paranoid about it, or you'll have a year or two or whatever to sell. Plenty of time to sell and make money. So we're not there at that moment. And not only that, if everyone's on the same side of that trade, they'll just run you over, and then the sell will be higher than lower. Anyways, hopefully some of you understand that. I'll take no cuts or hawkish cut, but I won't take no fucking dovish cuts, and definitely not progressive. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Look for sellers to show up. I'll watch it at 9 p.m. I'll watch it at 4 a.m. and you've got some reason to go down. We'll look to see if these sellers from Asia, London, I'm going to assume that these guys might buy it for like 5 minutes. They're likely going to go risk off into the 8:30 report in the morning, and we'll look for more downside.